Good morning. Good morning, everyone. CP, CP, CP. I did not want to get up. Did not want to get up. I haven't even brushed my hair. I did put on an actual, top. And my hair is I haven't even brushed my hair. This is ponytail bedhead. My coffee is over here. Hi, Lee. Good morning. Thanks for the breakfast. Let me have my coffee and then I can, ooh, French toast. That sounds yum. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Mm. Sweet nectar of life, right? Hi, hi, hi. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good sleepy morning. I didn't expect you here this early, Lee. I figured you would have still been in the bed. How are you this fine morning? I need to rearrange this desk. I need to rearrange this desk. Let's go see if we have a stream yet. Let's see if we have a stream. Crime. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Let's go back. Today is Wednesday, December 20th. We have 5 more days till Christmas. Till Christmas. Okay. Looks like we have audio. Let me go share the screen.
So I'm looking at just inserting the Commonwealth's introductory couple of paragraphs, or I guess it's one big paragraph, in front of the mitigating circumstances paragraph. I'll wait for Tom to get back in here. So that it would just go straight from, you may consider such evidence as you heard in the guilt phase of trial, as well as the evidence you heard in the penalty phase, in deciding what punishment should be fixed to defend in this case, to mitigating circumstances are. So, Mr. Griffiths, I'm looking at just putting the introductory paragraph from the Commonwealth in front of
She's probably still
mitigating circumstances
slipping.
are
She'll
any
probably
facts
be
or
hopping
factors
in
about.
any minute.
Okay. Let me just make sure that didn't change any formatting. Okay.
She's running that copy machine.
I'm going to email these to all of you so you'll have them.
She's running that I said coffee machine. I meant copy machine. You can tell what I've got on the brain this morning. You can tell what I've got on the brain this morning. Sounds like the judge sounds better, like she's getting over her illness. You think so? Think she's getting over it? Wonder how mom and dad's doing. Yeah, her dad. Wonder how her dad's doing and if her mom is okay. Oh. Whispering in the courtroom.
I assure you, I could. Are this thing for me?
It's all that weird background noise. Weird background noise.
Making sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably 50-50, probably 6. I that coffee.
Yeah, no, I counted that as eating well.
Notice how everything, like all the courtrooms are always so pretty and like majestic looking, right? But they're always so dark. Like everything's just
All right.
wood.
Janelle's gonna bring me those copies when they're done, so is there anything else we need to pick up before we bring the jury in?
Yeah, let's talk about
This
how
one's
your mom and
running, like
dad
there
are.
might be something you're thinking about.
No,
I want to know how mom and dad is.
I did not notice any other errors. Or
Okay, great. All right, so are we ready to bring the jury in then?
Bring them in. Bring them in.
Yeah, okay.
Let's
All right.
watch these feet.
Make sure my phone's on.
There's a
Good to
couple.
go.
There's a couple of people, a couple of the jurors that come through that I really like want to ask them where they got their boots because they got cute boots.
Come on, honey.
Some of them have really cute boots. I think I would be mortified if I were a juror and I was like, Tucker, always late. Like, I think the judge would have to tell me one time, we're not going to wait on you. You have to apologize to the whole courtroom because you were 5 minutes late. And part of me would be like, I'm so sorry, Judge, I will never do it again. And then the other part of me would be like, dude, I was here at 12:30 the other day, and you didn't even lay eyeballs on me until after 3 o'clock. So,
In Kansas.
pot, kettle. Becoming footwear specialists. I know. I know. I'm gonna look for these boots. These boots were made for walking, and that's just what they'll do.
Missing 2. Missing 3. Okay.
One of these days, these boots are gonna walk in a courtroom near you. I got the burning morning eyes. Probably because I didn't wash the makeup off my eyes yesterday. That's a good indicator, right? Oh, goodness gracious. Mercy me. I wonder how today's going to go. Judge said yesterday that she figured they would be done pretty early. I think today I'm going to stop the annual Christmas wrapping presence procrastination.
Can you tell if it's muted on me now?
It's not muted.
It's not. Okay.
I can tell you, Judge, you're not muted.
Yeah. Testing.
We hear
Okay,
you.
great.
But I think I'm gonna
Thank you.
Oh, so do you mean that all of our bench conferences are being broadcast?
No, because the white noise was on, which oddly sounds like a toilet flushing when played back.
Yeah, it
but,
does. It does.
So no, they weren't, but only when the issue was when I was like typing and stuff.
Yeah, it was. That was an
That
issue.
did sound loud when we were listening to Mr. Carter's testimony again.
Yeah.
She'd be scrolling and typing, clack, clack, clack.
And that was when I realized it, when that was played back. And so then I started trying to type more quietly, but it's like I can't not do anything else. I have to get other stuff done.
I'm also a bad typer, Judge. I feel your pain.
And I type with like 3 fingers. It's very weird.
It's whether or not you took typing, which I
That's
did
right.
not.
Same.
Or if you're self-taught.
I took typing.
I'm just glad you're feeling better.
Yeah, thank you. Me too.
My mom was a typing teacher, so one hour.
So you're good.
Yeah.
That's great.
I took typing and was able to type more than, I can't remember the amount, but it was like more than 60 words a minute. However, through the years, because I use my phone more than I use my keyboard on my computer, I have lost my typing mojo. But back to the Christmas wrapping. I'm going to get some Christmas wrapping done today. As long as I have tags. I'm not sure if I have gift tags. I'm not sure if I have gift tags. I need to look and see. I think last year I ran out of gift tags. Like the name tags that goes on the gifts. And I ended up like cutting extra wrapping paper off into little squares and taping that on and writing names on them. I hate doing that, but I did it. Waiting. Lee says he used to enjoy gift shopping and wrapping. I don't like gift shopping. Oh, wait. Clicked on the wrong one. Hey, Deborah. Hi. She says, hi, Jenny. Hi, Lee. I came across Hidden True Crime with Dr. John and Lauren. I can't never pronounce their. Is it? I know who you're talking about. I like him a lot. Them a lot. Used to enjoy gift shopping and wrapping. Yeah, they've done. They started doing a lot of deep dives with both Ruby and Jody Hildebrandt, and if I'm not mistaken, they've also done. I might be thinking of a different channel, but there was another one that I found that had done like some interviews with actual like members of the family of Jody, like a niece of Jody Hildebrandt, I think, and other families. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit my microphone. Yeah, the Mormon Stories podcast. I like them a lot.
Hey, can I get you to do me a favor? Ron, can you do me a favor? Will you give
Yep. I like them a
one
lot.
of these to each of the lawyers and one to Mr. Rhodes?
Jesse, yeah. That was a sad interview. Like, I guess the girls' parents, there they are. Lee, or I thought that was the jury. But anyway, the Jody Hildebrandt's niece, she had said something about
Here's one for you, one for John.
parents had sent her to stay with Jody, and Jody like made her do like kind of the same stuff that Ruby was pled guilty to for the things that she did to her kids, you know, like awful stuff. Oh, it was someone in the gallery. Okay. Well, maybe they're waiting on somebody in a potty break. Maybe they're scarfing down some Krispy Kremes. Or some Dunkin' Donuts. She victimized Jesse like Ruby's kids, yeah. Yep. Man, that's such a horrible, I cannot. Every time I think about that, especially the part where she talked about like holding his head underwater and holding her hand over his mouth and nose.
Oh,
Oh my God.
I'm just gonna write it in. Does anybody have an issue with me just writing that in?
Makes
On
me angry.
page 7, instruction number 8, it's still blank where it says reasonable doubt that the aggravating circumstance listed in instruction number, which should be 3.
Of course, Judge.
Anybody else randomly sing when it's awkward, quiet silence? I know this about
Oh, wait,
me.
I think it's on
I know
2
this about
pages.
me. I randomly
Wait,
hum
are 7 and
or
8 the
sing
exact
songs
same
when
page?
it's like awkward silence.
One's for Jones and,
Oh,
or
okay.
Gordon and.
But I still need to write it in on both pages, okay.
So both number 3.
Yeah, it's all number 3, but it's just missing on pages 7 and 8.
Also, 2 interviews, man, victim of Boy Scouts.
Morning.
His bishop sent he and wife to Jody for couples counseling. Oh, God. That woman
Thanks for checking in.
does not have the wherewithal to counsel a stick. She don't have, like, she couldn't counsel a tree. She has, or she shouldn't counsel a tree, is what I'm saying. No. There were families left and right coming out of the woodwork saying that the things that she had counseled them with and told them to do and these different things like completely broke up their families, you know? I can't with that's what Dr. John points out in depth. Yeah. He does a really good job with that. You can tell that he like
Of course, I
has
forgot that
studied,
these may
you
change
know, a
again.
lot about
Shouldn't have copied them yet.
that topic, you know, especially in that religion, you know. But that is very much a cult. Yeah, the word I'm thinking of. Very much culty. I know, Lee, right? There's a long holdup this morning. Come on, jury. I want to see your boots. Boots, boots. Did it sound like I said boobs? I didn't say boobs. I didn't mean boo. I didn't say boobs, but I didn't want it to sound like I said boobs either. So, how many more times can I say boobs? I want to see boots. There was a couple of jurors that had really cute boots, and I want to see those boots. One was like a light, like a grayish white pair, and the other one was like just a brown, I think, pair. I wonder if they'll have them on today, because they've been wearing them just about every day. Now it's quiet. Quiet in the courtroom. Okay, I think the jury's here. I think the jury's here. I think the jury's here. There they come. That was a pair of the boots. That was a pair of the boots. There's another cute pair of boots. Cute boots, cute boots, cute boots.
You may all be seated.
All jurors are from California.
Thank you, Deputy Mills.
Somebody said jurors are from
You
California,
may all be
ma'am.
seated.
That's not what he said. Well, there's Mr. Brice in his Sunday best.
Good morning again. Is
Looking
there anything that
fancy.
anybody needs to talk to us about or report?
Rubbing that beard.
All right, great. And would the defense like to call their next witness?
Yes, Judge. The defense calls Dr. James Garbarino.
Thank you.
You say Barbarino.
Doctor, if you could just come right up here. When you're seated, I'll swear you.
All right, I'm going to mute myself so I can stop talking. WD-40, WD-40.
Everyone swear. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
And that's a glass of water if you need one.
Thank you.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Could you identify yourself for the jury, please?
My name is James Garbarino, Garbarino.
And what, I'm going to have you sort of introduce yourself and your areas of expertise and things like that. First, can we start with your credentials, college, things like that?
Well, I went to college at St. Lawrence University in northern New York State a long time ago. Got my degree in 1968. I went to Cornell University in Ithaca, New York, and got a master's degree in 1970, and my PhD in human development with a specialization in developmental psychology in 1973. So this is the 50th anniversary of my completing doctoral studies.
Congratulations.
Wow.
Can you tell the jury what areas you have specialized in?
I've really specialized in all the dark side of human experience: trauma, child abuse, violence. Done work in war zones around the world, in the Middle East and Central America, sort of all the bad places and bad things. For the last 30 years, I've particularly focused on the developmental issues in children and adolescents that ultimately lead to situations like this, being in a courtroom with people facing murder charges, trying to understand how they get to that point. That's really been the focus in the last 30 years. But throughout that period, I've been a college professor teaching psychology, developmental psychology at Penn State University, at Cornell, at Loyola University, Chicago. I was president of an institute in Chicago called the Erickson Institute for Advanced Study in Child Development. But as I said, throughout that period, I've always had one foot in the university teaching and doing research, and the other foot out in the rest of the world dealing with children and youth in difficult situations.
Have you received any awards in this area?
Well, I've been very fortunate that my work has been recognized by a number of professional organizations. The American Psychological Association gave me their award for professional contributions to public service. The American Humane Association gave me an award for work on child abuse. The American Academy of Pediatrics gave me an award for work on violence. So there's quite a few of those. One that's, I think, sort of interesting: in 2018, the American Psychological Association named me one of 33, quote, influential psychologists in America. Not the most influential, but in that group. And that was particularly for the work I've done on the impact of trauma on the development of children and youth.
Now, we've brought you here as an expert for the defense. Is that the only sort of expertise that you do working for the defense?
Well, over 30 years, it's been almost always for the defense because they're the ones who ask. I have worked a couple of times as an expert witness for the state in murder cases. But I think since what I'm trying to do typically is understand how a killer got to the point where they committed homicides, hope I'm not stepping on any toes, but the state typically doesn't want me to do that. They want a more simple sort of judgment. So twice, I think, in 30 years, I've worked for the state.
Did you also consult for the FBI?
Yes, that was one of the organizations I consulted with for the FBI on school violence. And probably some of you old enough to remember the Columbine school shooting. That was something I was very involved in. And I've also been a consultant to a wide range of organizations in the United States and around the world. National Institute of Mental Health, American Medical Association, the Black Child Development Institute, and abroad, UNICEF. I went to Iraq and Kuwait for UNICEF back in the early 1990s when I was focusing on children in war zones. So as I said, I've always had one foot outside the university.
Now I want to bring you in and ask you some questions about this situation, about this case. Okay, sir. Can you tell the jury what you examined in order to draw some conclusions in Mr. Rhodes' situation?
Well, as you've probably become aware, this is sort of an unusual case in the sense that ordinarily what I would do would be review reports and documents from other experts and records, educational or mental health records. And then typically I would spend some time with the defendant one-on-one, talking about their life, trying to get some insight into them. That was not possible here because of his unwillingness to meet with experts. So I've relied on the very detailed information developed by the defense team. They've done very extensive interviews with family members and others. As you'll hear later, there's one particular set of 10 questions that ordinarily I would have posed to him directly, but here we had to rely on material developed by others to answer those questions. So that's the kind of information that was available to me, really quite extensive. And I think it gave me a good basis for applying my analysis to sort of who he is and how he got to be that way.
And what you're referring to specifically are called the ACEs, right?
Well, that's certainly part of it. The if I can sort of introduce what I'm trying to do, oftentimes there's a lot of information. What's missing sometimes is how to make sense of it, how to put the pieces together. And I don't know how many of you are big math wizards, but I'll give you a mathematical example. If I were to give you a series of numbers, 1, 3, 5, 7, 11, and 17, if you didn't know anything about numbers, you might just say that's just a bunch of numbers. But if you had some arithmetic, you'd say, well, those are all odd numbers, which they are. But if I, excuse me. But if I tell you the number 2 is on that list and the number 9 is not, well, obviously they're not odd numbers because 2 is not, is not an odd number and 9 is. So you'd be left with a bunch of numbers again. It's only if you have the concept of what's called a prime number. A prime number is a number that can be divided only by 1 or by itself. Then it all makes sense. Those are all prime numbers. And you would know that between 11 and 17, there's a missing prime number of 13. So what I'm trying to do is make sense of all this information.
Good morning, Gail.
Based on research and theory from developmental psychology particularly, because I know we tend to think often there are senseless acts of violence, but I think if you get into it, you need to understand they usually make sense from the point of view of the perpetrator, at least while they're committing the crime. So that doesn't excuse it, but it's important to try to understand.
So I think what you just told us is it's not always merely what's there, but also what you can tell is missing.
Yeah, as I said, if you knew what a prime number was, you would say, aha, we got to go look for number 13 because it should be there between 11 and 17. And that's often what I'm involved in doing, is trying to find the missing link or the missing piece that will explain something which otherwise seems just, senseless or crazy or just evil. And those are all, real words that we use. But if you get behind that, there's often a story to be told that evokes more compassion and more understanding.
So one of the things you look for are what are called risk factors, right? And risk factors are things that do what? What does that tell you? What does that tell us?
Well, risk factors are things that increase the odds of a bad outcome happening. They don't guarantee it. I mean, a good example would be, we've learned from, decades of research that smoking is a big risk factor for getting lung cancer. Doesn't mean everybody who smokes
Good
gets
morning,
lung
Sherry.
cancer. My mother lived to 89 and used to say she was going to smoke on my grave, which is not a very nice thing for a mother to say. But it made the point that, she felt like she wasn't going to get lung cancer even though she smoked. 19% of people who get lung cancer have never smoked. But we recognize, even the courts have recognized, that smoking is a, quote, cause of lung cancer. So risk factors are things that increase the odds. It's not a one-to-one correspondence. And as I mentioned before, there's something called the Adverse Childhood Experience Scale. It's often called the ACEs, for the initials ACE. And that's a way of measuring, a very important way of measuring the amount of risk factors that a kid had growing up.
So would something like the mental health issues, not only of an individual, but in their family, be a risk factor?
Yeah, as I said, what we try to do is identify the whole package of risk factors, because rarely, if ever, does one risk factor account for the outcome.
Morning,
But it's
Mickey
as if you're building a tower
Joe.
of blocks. You put risk factor after risk factor after risk factor, and the top child gets so tall, eventually it falls over. And so it's not any one, but certainly one of the risk factors is temperamental issues. I don't know how many of you have children, but most people who have children recognize that temperament is important. I have two biological children. My daughter was a very easy baby. You know, in her college entrance essay, she described herself as a Mercedes-Benz of babies. Just sort of change the oil and she cruises along. Her brother, my son, was a very difficult baby. He had asthma, he had projectile vomiting, he didn't sleep well. He was a real challenge. And the research shows, for example, that for easy babies like my daughter, only about 10% end up with having significant adjustment problems in elementary school. For difficult babies like my son was, it's about 80%. So again, it's not 100 to 0, but it's a risk factor having a difficult temperament. And in this case, you know, there's evidence in Brice's biological family of mental illness. I believe at least 2 of his biological relatives were diagnosed with schizophrenia, which is a very significant problem with thinking and feeling. Again, it has some genetic basis, it's some heritability of it. If you have relatives who have schizophrenia, your risk is greater. It's not a one-to-one correspondence, but it's one of those blocks, you know, building up the tower.
Let's turn to the ACEs themselves. And can you, you've talked about what they are, and I'm going to use the word ACEs because I think you've explained what they are. But what I care about now, what I want to ask you about is what those actually showed with Brice. So if you could walk us through those.
Okay. Well, this ACEs is a series of 10 questions. They were developed by a physician in California who was trying to get some measure of how much adversity his patients had and how it was connected to medical problems. So he put together this list of 10 questions. There's nothing sort of magical about them. They're very straightforward. They do have a number of advantages. One is they never ask you to judge something as being abusive or neglectful. They never use that word. And that's important because if it did, it would require a person to look at their experience and judge it against this criterion of is it abusive or not. It's very behavioral. Did this happen to you? So there's 10 questions he developed. It turned out that it's almost a miracle. These 10 questions, simply yes or no, are incredibly powerful in predicting bad outcomes. He started with health outcomes. So the score is from 0 to 10. It's simply how many yes answers did you give? And the finding was that this score predicted high blood pressure, predicted susceptibility to cancer, life expectancy. And then it got broadened still further to look at some more sort of social problems, predicting substance abuse, predicting suicidal thoughts or behavior, predicting depression, predicting violent behavior. When I say predicting, I mentioned smoking before. Smoking, quote, causes lung cancer. But smoking only accounts for about 14% of the differences in who gets lung cancer. These 10 questions account for like 50% of the differences in who ends up depressed, suicidal, substance abusing, engaged in violence. So it's 3 or 4 times more powerful, the link between the ACEs and these problems, than the link between smoking and lung cancer. That's why they've been accepted by the Centers for Disease Control and they promote their use. That's why I always try to get that information when I'm working on a case because it really locates the person. We know that about 2/3 of Americans get a score of 0 or 1. I know when I've given this to my college students, you know, they're doing well enough in life to go to college and come to my class and so on. And, you know, almost all of them have a score of 0 or 1. Only about 1 in 100 people get a score of 7 or more. And only 1 in 1,000 get a score of 8, 9, or 10. So it takes us from a general question, did this person have a difficult childhood, to how difficult was their childhood compared with everybody else. When I've interviewed guys who've been involved in murders, the average score is 7, which means the average guy has more adversity than 99 out of 100 people. So that's an important sort of benchmark in all of this. I don't know what your scores would be, but if we filled them out, chances are, since you're functioning well enough to be here in the jury and so on, you'd probably have pretty low scores. Some of you might have higher scores, and that would be, congratulations for overcoming that adversity. Now, this individual, Brice, he, again, I wasn't able to give it to him directly. I had to rely on information developed by the team who did interviews with all kinds of people, family members and others, looking at records. And the conclusion was that, he had yes to 8 of the 10 questions, which is worse than 999 out of 1,000 people. So that's important in understanding how he got to be such a damaged person. He wasn't just born and became a damaged person. It was a process that accumulated over years and years. And it's very sad, but it does help to make sense a bit of someone who otherwise would seem just, sort of a nasty, evil, just simply crazy person.
I'd like to turn you said out of the 10 questions, and we would expect most people to score 0 or 1. You just told us that Brice, unfortunately, was at an 8.
Yes.
Can you walk us through specifically what those 8 are so the jury knows what it is that we're talking about?
So the first question deals with what we as outsiders would call emotional abuse or verbal abuse. Again, it doesn't use that word abuse. It asks things like, when you were growing up, did people put you down, humiliate you, swear at you, make you feel afraid you'd be hurt? So it's sort of an emotionally abusive family, and that was something descriptive of his family. The reports are really quite, chilling that the family members called him dumb and stupid. They find the right page. That a family member used to make him feel afraid that a family member says Brice was curled up in a ball hiding from her and saying he was scared to go. He was 8 or 9 when this occurred. So there's a lot of instances of that, just terror, being put down, being maligned, being degraded. So that then on the ACEs, that's question number 1. Question number 2 has to do with being physically attacked. Again, we would say being physically abused, but it doesn't ask were you abused. It simply says, were you hit, left marks, were you beaten, these kinds of things. And the information indicated that he was beaten with a belt. He would climb out a tree to get on the roof of the house to escape. He was beaten intentionally and repeatedly. And the research is very clear that kids who are beaten like this, it's a risk factor for later problems with aggression and self-concept and self-esteem and all the good things we'd like kids to have. The third question deals with being sexually abused. Now, at least he didn't have that reported. So that's one of the 2 that he didn't have. The fourth question deals with asking, did you feel nobody loved you or thought you were special? Did your family protect you? And we would call it emotional neglect. And the reports all say that he felt unprotected, not accepted growing up. He wasn't loved by at least one of the parent figures who would, for example, take the other children out and not take him with them. So he would discriminate against him. Brice felt that somebody should have stepped in. He was crying. Sorry.
There was an objection.
Okay. Just talk for just a minute.
Good morning, Tammy. Yeah, I wonder what the objection is. Yeah. I don't understand the point. I mean, I understand the point, but no, it's not working for him. Tammy, it started about 20 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, maybe. I mean, I started close to 9 o'clock, but it was a little bit before they actually came in. So we just kind of sat here and chit chatted and him hauled around. Lee says not only that, but he's coming to a conclusion based on others' information that is mostly tainted and is coming from defense attorneys and other people. He said Brice refused the interview. Good morning, Kel. Early for you. Early for you, babe. How are you this morning? Oh no, let me mute myself. Yeah, I don't know who that is calling me. Somebody from New York, New York. Yeah, not answering that one. But yeah, it's early for you. Tired, about to get in the shower. Oh, yeah. Well, have a good shower. Hopefully it wakes you up and you feel super refreshed. Tammy, do you want to tell me what it is and I can look it up? I need to set up an email address for in here and get a separate IG account for in here, but I need to do that so I can keep things separate, you know. I need to do that. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I mean, Tammy, if you want to just tell me,
Mr. Griffiths, go ahead.
Thank you. I've lost track of exactly where we were. I think you were talking about ACEs factor number 4.
Yes,
Okay.
I think so. Can I go ahead?
Yes, okay, please.
So the fourth one, we would call being emotionally neglected, but it deals with feeling unprotected, unloved, no one thought you were special, all these things that eat away at the self-esteem of a child. And again, the reports from numerous people who observed his childhood, saying nobody protected him. He felt unprotected and unloved. So I think it's fair to make that a yes. It's worth noting that one of the themes in here is being rejected by key parental figures. It's one of the few sort of universals in child development is that kids who feel rejected by their parents, that that's a big risk factor. I mean, I said, smoking accounts for about 14% of the differences in lung cancer. International research done in 118 countries finds that parental rejection accounts for about 25% of bad outcomes by itself. So it's almost like the worst thing that can happen to a kid is to feel his parents reject him. They don't accept him. And he seems to have experienced that. The fifth item is physical neglect, which, is probably, again, it doesn't use the word neglect. It happens particularly when parents have substance abuse or mental health problems and they can't take care of their children, they can't protect them. The question asks about things like, if you were sick, would somebody take you to the doctor? So that's neglect, and that seemed to be evident. The sixth question has to do with parental separation or divorce. I said before, 2/3 of Americans get a score of 0 or 1. If they get a score of 1, it's typically because parents separated or divorced. And my kids would have a score of 1 based on that their mother and I divorced when they were kids. Because this, again, is a challenge to kids. It's some of you may have gone through this. It's a disruption in a child's life. And so it's one of these 10 risk factors. Number 7 is witnessing domestic violence. Again, doesn't say domestic violence. It says, was your mother or stepmother hit, punched, bitten, knocked down, all the things that make up domestic violence. This alone has been shown to be a predictor of later difficulties in life. And that was very clear from the reports.
Doctor, I wanted to follow up on what you just said. Can you give the jury some understanding of the sort of things that caused you to find factor 7?
Well, in the reports, there was a report that Brice witnessed a parent figure cut, I guess, his mother's hair off, drag her by the hair, smash her face. And he reports remembering there's nothing he could do about it. That's very common. Boys particularly feel like they should be able to protect their mothers, but when they can't, it's often particularly disturbing. And when they get older, they often get in this protective role. So in many states, allowing your child to witness domestic violence is itself considered neglect, that you're supposed to protect your child from that. And clearly he was not protected from that, and it happened. The eighth ACE question has to do with living with somebody in your household who's a substance abuser, alcoholic, drug addict, whatever it is. And the reports from the interviews is that his mother was a drinker, that the stepfather person was into the drug scene, so he clearly had that. The 9th issue is living with mental health problems or suicide in the family. That we gave a no to because there wasn't an explicit report of that, but given everything else, it's probably would be surprising if the people in the household didn't have mental health problems, given everything else that was there. But to be conservative, we said no to that. And then the 10th question has to do with a family member going to prison. And here his stepfather figure went to prison. So that's how we got to a score of 8. And it's a very sad litany. When I was a professor at Loyola University in Chicago, one of the things I did was to found the university's Center for the Human Rights of Children, in part because these are all things that we would hope children have a right not to experience. And when you pile on this much, it's a bit like each yes answer is like handing the kid a rock and telling him to carry it around in his backpack. And you carry one rock, all right, it's a rock, but you're carrying 8 rocks around. It's not surprising that kids stagger under the weight of this, that they're carrying this weight around. And often they don't realize that it's not normal to have that weight. I often will ask guys, I didn't get a chance to do that here, but of 100 guys you knew growing up, how many had 8 or more risk factors? And they might say 80 out of 100. And then I'll say, what about if we gave this to 100 guys at random in the whole population? How many do you think in general would have this? And they might often say 50 out of 100. When I tell them it's 1 out of 1,000, they're often shaken and stunned. I remember one guy in Chicago who's imagine your sort of stereotype of a gangbanger, a really tough gangbanger kind of guy. I've forgotten if he was Crips or Bloods or something. His score was 10. And this, tough guy, when I explained to him what that meant, he started to cry. I mean, I always carry tissues around when I go into a jail or prison for that reason. Nobody had ever explained to him he was carrying this weight on his shoulders all the time. It's not surprising that people break down. The good news is that for most people, it's possible to recover from this, but it basically, one of the things it means is taking that backpack off, taking out the rocks one by one and finding some way to deal with it or make your peace with it so you can walk upright without being weighed down by that.
And Doctor,
sorry.
It's okay. I didn't want to interrupt you, but I wanted to ask some follow-up questions. And one was, you actually you gave the answer no to people with mental health problems in the household. Given what you do know about the family members and the history of schizophrenia, could you have found yes for that?
Well, the question asked somebody in your household, and it wasn't clear there was somebody in the household. There were people sort of around him. But given the other things, it would be surprising if family members, these family members were really given a clinical assessment. It would be surprising if they didn't end up with some issues. But again, I'm trying to be conservative about this and saying no to that one. As for being sexually abused, there's no evidence of that.
Sure.
It's possible, but again, trying to be conservative and not overscore this.
So your conservative conclusion of how Brice scored on the ACEs was that he scored 8 out of 10.
Yeah, which is 1 in 1,000 people have that kind of score. So, I started using this because, sometimes people would say, well, lots of people had difficult childhoods and they didn't kill anybody. So I wanted a way to say, this isn't some generic difficult childhood. I mean, I had a difficult mother, I had some things. My parents were separated for a while, but this is a whole other league. This is, being crushed under the weight of this adversity, which only 1 in 1,000 kids growing up have to deal with.
Now, you were just telling us that that it's difficult but possible for people to deal with these things. How are you able to tell that someone is able to process and deal with these things?
Well, within research, there's a term that's called resilience. A lot of people know that word. It means the ability to overcome adversity. There's a sense in which human race wouldn't have survived if we didn't have resilience, because, think back to the caveman days, your daughter is taken by a saber-toothed tiger, whatever it is.
I don't
If people
think so,
just gave up
Tammy.
generically,
Wouldn't
we
change
wouldn't
my
be here
mind.
today. So there is a thing called resilience, but there is research on what are the foundations for resilience. One of the foundations for resilience is at least an average level of intellectual ability. And that makes sense because it's sort of saying, who's more likely to overcome problems, somebody with one hand tied behind his back or somebody with both hands free? And having at least average intellectual ability is like having both hands free. Now, in Brice's case, there's a lot of IQ scores given for him. They range quite a bit, but they're all sort of on the low end. Some of them are very, very low. And one of the experts who did that testing thought, he was trying to make himself look worse. But there are low scores going back to when he was 10, when he was a teenager, before you could expect that he was deliberately trying to sabotage an IQ test. And they're pretty low. There's a very famous study done by a guy named Arnold Samaroff that looked at this idea of risk accumulation in relation to IQ scores. And they looked at 8 different risk factors: low educational attainment in a parent, rigid and punitive, sort of abusive parenting, a whole bunch of them. And they found that if you had none of these risk factors, the average IQ scores were 119. We say 100 is average, but that's average for the whole population. So people without any of these risk factors, tend to be very smart. That's the average. Some are smarter, some aren't as smart. With 4 risk factors, the average was 100. And that's the goal, because for resilience, you need at least average intellectual ability. By the time you get to 5 risk factors, the average was 85, which is significantly below average. And again, it's like having one hand tied behind your back. So that's certainly one of them. Another one is having somebody who is sort of crazy about you and thinks you're really special. Another one is having some special talent or ability.
And I want to jump
Oh,
in and just
sorry.
make sure that what you're talking about now is clear. You're talking about things that would make someone resilient.
Yes.
And indicate that someone might be able to overcome or deal with their trauma, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you said the first one of those was low intellectual functioning.
Yeah, that's the first risk to this. And
Or-
I mentioned there were 8 of these factors in that study, and Brice had all 8 of them. So it wouldn't be surprising if his intellectual ability was hampered by that. A second one is at least one person who's crazy about you.
Can you explain what that means?
I'm sorry.
Can you explain what that means?
Yeah,
What is
Tammy.
a person who's crazy
Oh, I
about
was-
you?
I
What
was
is-
gonna try to
The
check.
death
Okay.
penalty was taken off the
You know,
table
If you go to somebody's house and they have young
Uh,
children, you
due to
often see
mental
they've
illness
they've
or,
taped,
and they said intellectual
the child's
disability.
drawings on the refrigerator, and to an outsider, there's like scribbles, but the parent says, this is my kid's drawing. And, kids know that they're special. I mean, my Italian grandfather was buried with a picture of me in his arms. And that's always stuck with me that, my Italian grandfather really thought I was special. So having at least somebody in that role is really important. It's hard to see that, Brice really had that. His mother, in one of the reports says his mother expresses love and concern for her son, but their relationship was so difficult at one point she sought a protection order against him. So it's hard to see he had that, demonstrating some special talent or ability. Some kids at sports, music, art. I remember visiting a really dysfunctional family once in the Bronx in New York City, and the one girl who was doing okay, she was a track star. And in this chaotic, dirty apartment, there was one corner with her track trophies and stuff. And that, that was a special thing that she had and it contributed to resilience. Another thing that contributes is, educational developments, good education. And as you get older, reading and writing, thinking, this is one of the resources for overcoming adversity.
And did he have that?
No, he seemed to have difficulty with that. I think there's a lot of school failure. He didn't go that far in school, all kinds of problems in school. So I think, he didn't really have that growing up. Supportive community. People rally around you. Sometimes it's older mentors or, clergymen or whoever it is, other people. Brice doesn't seem to have that. And in his case, it seems to be compounded by this paranoia that he expresses of distrust of people. And it's very hard for people to support somebody if they distrust people generally and push them away. The last one on this research that I'm particularly drawn to is a positive approach to life. The people who just have a sort of, sometimes people use the word spunky. They just have a positive view of life and they can overcome stuff. A term that's used in the field is hardiness. And that suggests somebody who has this positive view that they can manage things and so on. So you put these things together and they're sort of foundations for resilience growing up, but they're also foundations for resilience in rehabilitation later on in adulthood. And in adulthood, sometimes you can compensate for things that you didn't have in childhood, which is, why people do sometimes get better as they age. They overcome adversity and trauma.
So you've indicated that based on the materials you examined in your expertise, that he scored very high on the ACEs.
Yes.
And I think you just told us that also he scored, unfortunately, very low on his resilience.
That'd be my conclusion, yes.
Can you tell us the effect that would have on someone as they go through life?
Well, I think, the effect depends in part on where you grow up, what the rest of your environment is like. Let me give you an example of that. If by age 10, a kid is showing a chronic problem of aggression, bad behavior, acting out, violating the rights of others, if they see a psychologist, they might diagnose them with something that's called conduct disorder. It's a fancy label, but it just means that you've observed a pattern of aggression, bad behavior, acting out, violating the rights of others. These are the kids who, by age 10 are getting sent to the principal, they're being expelled from school, they may get juvenile delinquency things. So we know that if you get to that point by age 10, that on average, about 30% of those kids will end up as seriously violent delinquents, 30%, 3 in 10. But nobody lives on average. Everybody lives somewhere. So research finds if you live in a very positive, supportive neighborhood, the no crime or low crime and a lot of positive role models and all of that, it's not 30%, but 15% of those kids who end up as serious violent delinquents who have that problem at age 10. If you live in a dysfunctional neighborhood with crime and violence and bad negative role models, it's not 30%, but 60%. So the odds that the same kid would end up having serious violent delinquency is 4 times greater in one neighborhood than they are in another. And so I always have to look at what's called the context of any of these individual things. I'll give you this one more example, if I may, about that. I mentioned schizophrenia before. About half of the people who get diagnosed with schizophrenia hear voices. The technical term is auditory hallucination. Now, people generally haven't studied what the voices say because they're voices in people's heads. But some anthropologists did. And they looked at people who hear voices in 3 different cultures: in the United States, in India, and in Ghana, which is in Northwest Africa. And what they found is amazing. Again, these are schizophrenics who we think of being, crazy and disconnected from reality. In the United States, 70% of the voices for schizophrenics were telling them to commit acts of violence against themselves or others, 70%. In India, it was only 20%. In India, most of the voices are telling them to do things like clean your house better, which is annoying, but not dangerous. And in Ghana, it was only 10% of the voices urged violence. In Ghana, the voices are mostly thought to be positive conversations with God. So I mention it because, the society you live in can have an effect on how your trouble expresses itself. For schizophrenics, 70% of the voices here tell them to hurt people, themselves or others. In India, it's only 20%. In Ghana, it's only 10%. So being a schizophrenic here is more dangerous than it is being a schizophrenic in India or Ghana. So the context is always important. And I think in the case of Brice, the context was working against him to make things even worse. So it gets less and less surprising that we're sitting here today.
So I want to turn you now to the future. This jury has found Brice guilty, and they're literally going to sentence him. That's what we're here for. One of the things that it is important for them to understand is whether there is hope for Brice in the future. Can you explain from your expertise and your conclusions Brice's path to improvement in the future?
Well, obviously it looks pretty bleak right now, that's for sure. But there is, research shows that development can turn into a positive direction in adulthood. There's a very famous book called The Brain That Changes Itself. It's research about how human brains in adulthood can change in response to changed experiences. And one chapter deals with having a stroke and how certain experiences can help your brain repair. On the negative side, there's a chapter dealing with pornography, that watching pornography can affect the way your brain deals with sexual stimulation. So the good news is that in a positive, supportive, therapeutic environment, even damaged people can get better. There's a form of therapy called cognitive behavioral therapy that tries to change the way people think, and that can be very successful. If you get it, it can change the way you think, which can change the way your brain works, which can change your behavior. There's also the issue of maturing, that by the time people reach 40, particularly if they've had years of prison at 40, that itself can put them in a lower category for problems. So it's quite remarkable. A lot of the cases I work on are teenagers who've committed murders. I mean, they do some terrible stuff. I remember one case the judge said in sentencing to a 15-year-old, there's no possibility of you ever reforming, you're just a lost cause. And now 25 years later, that same individual has been going back for resentencing because not only did he rehabilitate, but he became a remarkable person. Now, that may be a rare case, but it does happen. And that's one reason why I think it's good to leave open the door for this kind of improvement, not to guarantee it, but to say at some point there should be another look at Brice to see if he's as terrible in 20 years as he was when he did these terrible crimes, because it does happen. Sometimes it's almost miraculous that you look back and think, wow, I wouldn't have predicted this. The younger they are at the time of the crime, often the more the prospect is. The fact that he was, 26, I think, at the
That's
time. From the point of view of brain development, that's still pretty young. Research shows that you can't really presume a mature brain until about age 25. We have 18 as a marker, but the science says 18 is not a scientific cutoff point. Just a couple of years ago, the American Psychological Association looked at the evidence again and said, for example, scientifically, we shouldn't have a death penalty until at least 21. And other researchers have said you should push that to a higher level. So in a sense, that's good news. Being relatively young means he's still immature. And the research also shows that the more adversity you have, the more it slows down the process of brain maturation. So at 26, he still may have been immature, and he may, as he matures, develop resources that we can't see right now that would improve his ability to be a safe member of the community. No guarantees. In fact, if you had to bet, if I had to bet my firstborn male child on this, I would not want to offer up my son and say, oh yeah, this guy's going to be okay. But I think we need to leave the door open based on, the science of development.
Thank you, Doctor. I don't have any further questions. Stay there, prosecutor.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
As you said, you did not interview the defendant, correct?
That's correct.
You reviewed interviews of his family members?
And other sources about him. Yes, so this is all sort of collateral information in a way gathered by the mitigation specialists, particularly, who in my experience over 30 years have shown themselves to be very reliable information gatherers.
Did you conduct any interviews yourself?
No.
And did you listen to the interviews or did you read a summary of the interviews?
I think I read summaries or in a couple of cases transcripts, but mainly summaries.
Okay. Did the information come predominantly from his stepmother and his brother?
I think, if I recall correctly, those were two sources, but there are others as well. I'm sure that, the defense could provide a list of all of them, but I think it's not just from a couple of sources.
But you had to rely on what was provided. You didn't get to do follow-up questions to further analyze your 10 factors.
No, I think the information seemed pretty clear, particularly with respect to responding to the adverse childhood experience scale. So I felt pretty confident that this was solid information to go on. Ideally, I might have spent a couple of hours with him, but even then, I'd still rely to a large degree on information collected by others.
I think that we are in possession of the same background interviews, but did you read an interview from Chandler James, his brother?
Well, I'm going to be a little hazy on the who and the what, but if it's in the packet, then I'll sort of stipulate that.
Okay, and do you remember there was a paternal grandmother, maternal uncle, paternal grandfather, another uncle, stepbrother, and stepmother? Do those sound familiar?
That
I know you
sounds
can't. Okay,
familiar.
I'm not trying to quiz you on it, but
Thank you.
was the information about the emotional abuse mostly based on his stepmother's report of him not wanting to go back to his mom's house, curling up in a ball on that one occasion?
Well, I think that was a very, salient, a very poignant example. We're talking about question number 1. I think there were other things around, other things that were other sources and other reports, but certainly that incident is a particularly vivid one. And as it says in my report, that I was reported by his stepmother, Anna, yes.
And the physical, I don't know if I don't think you characterize it as abuse, but physical treatment, you're basing that on his brother's report that their father disciplined them with a belt, correct?
I think that's one of the reports.
Okay.
Often brothers they have the most direct access to some of these experiences.
Obviously. But you're basing this on what other people reported. Well, you're basing this on a summary of what other people reported to the mitigation specialists.
Yes, I'd say in most cases it comes directly from the individual, but then the usual criticism is, well, how do we know they're telling the truth? So I'd say in some ways, this might even be more reliable than if we just had his reports on these things, because particularly in his case, where a couple of the experts thought there was some malingering going on, we'd want to have collateral support if it was just coming from him. It'd be nice to have it coming from him in addition to others, but I think the jury could be very confident that this is a pretty accurate picture of what his
Of what
life
the
was like.
people said to the mitigation specialists.
Yeah, and what they said, and I think probably what he experienced.
And the domestic violence in his mother's home, what we know is that his stepfather was abusive to his mother, correct? And he witnessed that.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And there doesn't seem, besides the belt discipline, there doesn't seem to be any allegations of abuse within his father's home, correct?
I don't recall that.
And based on these interviews, it seems like, at least in his father's home, people did demonstrate love and affection for him. His stepmother certainly presents a glowing picture of their family life.
Yeah, I think that's possible. There's one compensatory element of his experience, but one way to think about it, if somebody punches you in the face, the fact that somebody else doesn't punch you in the face, that's good, but doesn't really care from the fact somebody punched you in the face.
In your studies of criminal behavior, is it the case that some types of crimes have a strong correlation with, well, let me give an example. When you look at people who, and obviously this has nothing to do with this case, when you look at people who are sexually abusing children, do you often find that they were sexually abused as children?
Yeah, I believe it's identified as a risk factor for later sexual abuse. And of course, almost everything sexual is often in another category.
Right.
So if the offense is sexual, that often opens up a lot of other issues about rehabilitation.
And isn't it the case that there's a high correlation between people who witness domestic abuse as children and later participate in domestic abuse, both on victim and perpetrator sides?
I'd say there's certainly certainly a very significant risk factor, but like all the risk factors, it's not a one-to-one correspondence.
And so for someone from his background, it would not be surprising to learn that he grew up and got arrested for domestic violence or other things along those lines, because those are risk factors in his background.
Right, it would not be surprising.
What about his background explains the brutality of these murders?
Well, I'm not sure, but my hypothesis would be that he experienced a lot of brutalization himself. Two, these underlying mental health problems distorted his thinking and feeling. But three, being particularly still in that young category, I mean, the things that the immature brains are most problematic about are, one, what's called good decision making, and it's called executive function. It means how well do you weigh costs and benefits. But the second thing is really, it's called affective or emotional regulation, and it has to do with being emotionally competent. And certainly his crimes of brutality often involve people who seem emotionally incapable of understanding what they're doing or regulating their behavior. So I think the emotional regulation part of it could certainly fit into, brutality.
And in the studies, recent, not necessarily recent, but past 20, 30 years, studies on brain development, especially in adolescent males, there's a lot of talk about the development of the brain up till about age 25 with impulsive decision-making that often leads to criminal conduct, correct?
Well, certainly impulsive, but the other word that the Supreme Court used was impetuous, which means acting without care. So sometimes there's planning for a crime, but then the crime itself is not impulsive in the sense it was just on the spur of the moment, but it is impetuous in the sense that it shows not taking care, not caring about what you're doing or the outcome. And the young brains are particularly prone to that, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No other questions. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, that was kind of a flop for me anyway. That was a flop.
All right, we are gonna take a 10-minute break. If you could please be back outside the courtroom doors at 10:25. Thank you.
10-minute break. Let's see these jurors. The ones with the boots. Boots with fur. Not those. Those look like Hey Dudes, though. Those shoes did. Those boots are cute. Those boots are cute. Those boots are cute.
John, our next witness is going to be by Zoom. Do you want to move? I don't want to step on your toes. I'm not going to move it. Would you mind to move the TV and turn it on? Actually, if you can put it somewhere where I can see it while I get it up and running, and then we'll move it to where the jurors can see it. Thanks.
She's like, I'm not going to step on your toes. I'm just going to let you move it because I don't want to move it. Tammy said, you guys noticed that they all have the same color suits on. Yeah, they do. They do. They're all dark black or gray. My goodness. Lee says, see, to me, it pointed out the inconsistencies in his report and set it up for the closing arguments that most of the interviews were not even conducted by him. Yeah, that's what stuck out to me. And whenever she was like, we heard testimony from his stepmother, and they provided a safe, loving home. She was basically trying to say not both of his parents were bad experiences, so wonder if they're required to wear the same. I doubt it. I think that gray and black and like navy, like dark, I think that that's just a normal color for business suits, especially lawyers. I would think. I don't know. Yeah, I do like the short blonde hair girl there on the right side. She always comes in with the cutest suits. She always wears like the long neckties. I think that's cool. I like that. His brother lived in the same environment, and look at him. Right. Yep, I agree. You good? I gotta stop yawning. I've got to stop yawning. I need to wake up. Hmm. Who's this guy in the orange shirt that just pulled his britches up? I hope he's not a juror. That would be bad, right? What's he doing? Oh, I bet he's a camera guy. I bet he's media. Because he's pointing, like showing the sheriff guy there how I think he wants like a camera angled or something angled so he can see it on the camera. Yeah, he's definitely a camera guy. Oh, yep, see, he's moving the camera. All right. When he says all of us can do a report after asking the same question and come up with different conclusions to put in a report, who is to say mine is right or wrong over others, and whose report does hers rely on? Yeah, exactly, Tammy. Kind of like the telephone game. And I think that, just like Lee said, everybody hears the same thing, but we come away with it with a different, perspective or conclusion or, opinion. It's kind of like, we all get the same weather report, right? We all get the same weather report. It's 75 degrees in Florida. It's 75 degrees here where I live. It's 75 degrees in New York, right? But to me, that's really nice and warm and cozy. To Lee, he might be like, yeah, it's nice, but I could deal with a little bit more heat. It's, 75 is not as toasty as I like it. You know what I'm saying? So I hope that made sense. You guys, I'm one cup of coffee in. Perfect example. I think the prosecution set this up perfectly. You did not. I Tammy, are you done wrapping presents? Gail, Lee, are y'all done wrapping? Kel and Gail. I don't know if Gail's still here or not. Are you guys done wrapping presents? Like, do you have all your presents wrapped, or have you, if you're like me, you've wrapped a big fat 0? Tammy says I haven't wrapped a thing. Gail said nope. Gail's probably still in the shower. She's probably in the shower listening to the sounds of my voice. And she's saying, I can't answer you, Jenny, because I'm in the shower. I haven't wrapped a single thing either, so. But my plan is to start. Oh, there's Kel. Was I right? Were you in the shower still? Were you showering to the sounds of my sweet dulcet tones. He says, BRB, we do not do the whole gift buying thing, but everyone got something we wanted or needed. Well, that's good, Lee. That's good. Kel says, I haven't wrapped anything and just started shopping on Monday. Yeah, well, we've had things coming in here and there, you know, here and there coming in. And Dale has, no, I'm out and drinking coffee, sitting with my Nova. Oh, give Nova a hug, a big squishy hug. I love those pictures you shared of her the other day. Her awkward face, you said something about her face being awkward or awkward poses or whatever. She looks goofy in pictures. Reminds me of Grace's dog because he looks goofy half the time too. But he's just a big, lanky horse. We always call him horse because he's so big. But he's sweet. Mine is over here. She's over here, like always, wrapped up in a blanket in the bed. I swear that's where she stays. She's the laziest dog I ever seen. She's living it up in that nice, warm, cozy bed. Yes. Uh-oh. Tammy said, OMG, I was so mad at Amazon. I ordered something for my grandson, a little wet, warm jacket. So they didn't follow delivery instructions. Then they brought it in a clear plastic see-through bag. Oh, no. That's the worst. Kel says, I always try to spend a little time with her in the morning before I have to go to work. Yeah, I don't blame you. I would too. I would too. She sounds like a cuddle bug. Cuddle bug, cuddle bug. What are they looking at? Those lawyers are turned around looking. I don't know if they're watching for the jury or if they're looking at us. Stop looking at me. Mom, she won't quit looking at me. You guys used to do that with your siblings. She won't quit looking at me. Stop looking at me. Hey, JC. I'm sorry you had a rough night. Oh, I'm sorry you had a rough night, but good morning. Is Brice not at the table? Have they showed him this morning? Yeah, he's been there this morning. He's in a suit like the usual. Oh my goodness. Oh. JC, I didn't get much sleep last night. I was up late.
Go ahead.
Oh, here
Dr.
we go.
James, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, great.
Oh,
Just wanted to
Zoom.
check.
I forgot about the
I
Zoom.
will,
Okay, yeah, that comes through audio too.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah.
No, I will. I want to move this so I can see her.
Yeah, that
But-
makes sense.
I don't need to move it.
And then
too
I'll
much.
try to keep the camera view here so that Dr. James can see you as well.
Okay, great.
Dr. Garbarino, are you sticking around? It's fine with me. I just wanted to speak with you with everybody before you left. Do you want to come on up in case you need to leave?
Okay. Like he said, we went shopping and got home and was missing at least $100 worth of items, several shirts and PJs. Ugh. I called. They said there's nothing they can do. Grr. Did you have them look at the cameras? Right, Jenny, and she's space territory in the back seat with 3 kids. LOL. They have camera looking at the cashiers. That's garbage. I hate that. Yeah, next witness is by Zoom. It's another doctor of some sort.
I know.
I would call them and tell them to look at the camera, Vicky. Or I would go and tell them I want to look at the camera. An ugly brown carpet. Every once in a while, and this is super random, I'll get a drink of my caramel coffee, and it literally tastes like the leftover cereal milk. You know what I mean? How you have the leftover milk in your bowl after you eat your cereal, and you drink that milk, and it's sweet milk. That's kind of like my coffee. Every once in a while, I'll get a taste of it, and I'm like, it tastes like cereal milk. There goes my boots. Mickey sees a stain in the bottom right. Yeah, I see that too.
Present, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Mills. Everybody can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, our next witness is going to be testifying via Zoom. Mr. Griffiths, are you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Judge.
Can everybody see this okay?
Yes, sir. Yes. All right, and your next witness is
Dr. Joette James.
Dr. James. If you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you, Doctor. Mr. Griffiths.
Thank you. Dr. James, if you have any difficulty hearing me, just let me know, okay?
Okay.
Can you identify yourself for the record?
Sure. So my name is Joette James. I am a clinical psychologist and also a board certified clinical neuropsychologist.
All right. And can you walk us through your educational background?
Sure. I received my PhD in clinical psychology in 2003 after completing an internship in clinical psychology. I also completed a 2-year
That audio is
postdoctoral
awful.
fellowship in pediatric neuropsychology from Children's National Medical Center in Washington, D.C. I obtained my PhD from Northwestern University Medical School.
Hey, I know
Um,
that's not me. That's
Since that
them. I ain't
time,
touched it.
I have once I completed my PhD, I also became board certified in neuropsychology and clinical neuropsychology through the American Board of Professional Psychology, and that was 10 years ago in 2013.
Okay. Have you had any other, have you had things that you specialized in as part of your professional development?
Yes, my area of specialty as a neuropsychologist, particularly coming from a pediatric background, has been in developmental disorders. As a neuropsychologist, we tend to focus in two areas. One is conditions, neurological conditions, which begin early in development or prenatally. So that would include things like attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, or ADHD, autism spectrum disorders, learning disabilities, and intellectual disability, which we used to refer to as mental retardation. The second area that neuropsychologists will often deal with are what we call acquired injuries to the brain. This would include things that like severe head injuries, as you would see in a car accident, brain tumors, strokes, seizure disorders. We say acquired because these are conditions that that happen afterwards, right after someone, and can happen at any time during the lifespan. So it can happen; those can happen in childhood. They can happen in adolescence or adulthood. I tend to focus on developmental disorders, that first group. Although I will occasionally see someone, for example, that has had a stroke or some kind of other condition that affected the brain later in life.
And you're testifying today as an expert witness. You've testified as an expert witness before?
Many times, probably at least 50 times.
All right. Can you tell the jury what the purpose was of your role in this case?
Sure. So I was asked to make a determination as to whether Mr. Rhodes met criteria for an intellectual disability. As I said, that is a disorder or diagnosis that we used to call mental retardation, intellectual disability.
Can you explain to the jury, and it may be self-evident, but I think it's good to make sure, what an intellectual disability is?
Sure. So an intellectual disability is a neurological condition, and it can happen through, most often it is, so it's a developmental disorder. So again, part of that group that I said shows itself in early childhood. Intellectual disability can have many, many causes. That can be genetic. It can be actually from psychosocial conditions, poverty. It can result from lots of different situations. It has many what we call causes or etiologies, but it is a lifelong condition. And it begins in development at some point in that what we call developmental period, which is sort of broad now because we know that there isn't a fine, bright line where all of a sudden you become an adult. But generally, within the first 20 years of life, you're gonna notice this problem, and it really speaks to delays in multiple areas of functioning. Delays in language and communication skills, delays in academic skills, delays in social skills, delays in one's emotions and emotional control. And the formal criteria for intellectual disability actually comes from two places. One, we have the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. That's now in its 5th edition, text revision. So its short form is called the DSM-5-TR, and that's kind of like for psychologists and psychiatrists, kind of our Bible of diagnoses. And then for mental retardation or intellectual disability, there's actually another source of information for that, and that's the American Association of Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities, the AAIDD. And both of those sources define what ID is.
That's exactly where I was gonna go. So in order to determine that someone is intellectually disabled, you look to the scientific basis, and though they lay out the test, right?
Right. So both of those sources, the DSM-5, the Bible for psychiatry and psychology, and the AAIDD, they both have manuals that have the definition, the clinician's definition for ID, the scientific definition. And that is number one, the person has to have an IQ that is significantly deficient. So when we talk about IQ, we talk about that's the way that we measure intellectual functioning through a test that looks at things like one's problem solving, reasoning, ability to learn from experience, thinking, judgment, etc. And that intelligence is represented by what we call an IQ test and intelligence quotient. So you need to show significant deficits, typically in the range of below the second percentile or so, which means that 98% of the population is basically smarter than you are, and that's a score of approximately 70 to 75, but it depends on the test. And then the second area, or what we call the second prong of intellectual disability, refers to how someone is in their day-to-day life. So you have to have a low score on the IQ test, but you also have to show in your day-to-day life in those areas I talked about before, communication and language and social skills and your ability to take care of yourself and your ability to solve, to do things like how you are in your community and accessing your community resources, your ability to control and regulate your emotions, your work skills, your academic skills, so like everyday kind of abilities. And then the third, what we call prong of the definition, is that the problems have to be evident in the developmental period. And that's because it's a disorder beginning in childhood. That will differentiate ID from something that starts later, like for example, you're 30 and then you have a brain tumor and the brain tumor destroys part of your brain and then now your IQ is really low. That's not an intellectual disability because it didn't start in the childhood period.
I want to go back to what you were calling the second prong and just make sure that it's clear.
Right.
I don't know that you gave us what its title. When we talk about deficit.
No, I didn't, sorry. It's called adaptive functioning. So the first prong is intellectual functioning and the second prong is called adaptive functioning. My apologies.
No, you're fine. Let me take that adaptive functioning. I just want to make sure that it's clear. So intellectual functioning is something that IQ, right? And I think everybody's heard that term. And people use that in common language. Adaptive functioning, on the other hand, is not something that people talk about and say. But I think you just described adaptive functioning as the ability to deal with everyday life and everyday life situations. Am I making it too simple?
No, that's absolutely true. Everyday life across lots of situations. So your communication, your social skills, your emotional regulation skills, your how you do in school, like your academics, your work, everything.
So if somebody has a significantly deficient IQ and they also have issues dealing with everyday life, and it manifests during the developmental period, meaning when they're younger, that person is potentially intellectually disabled.
Correct.
Okay.
It's what we used to call mental retardation, but now call intellectual disability.
Okay. In order to make that determination for Brice, what did you do or what did you examine?
I was provided with a number of records associated with Brice. So school records, I looked at medical records, I looked at previous psychological evaluations that he had, and summaries of adaptive functioning interviews that had been conducted with people who know him very well. So these would be relatives of his. And I also interviewed his mother and did what is called a formal assessment of adaptive functioning. It's a specific test. We have, as neuropsychologists, a few tests of adaptive functioning. The one that I used is called the Vineland Adaptive Behavior Scales. And I asked his mom to actually focus on a particular period when Brice was 15 years old.
Okay. And from, well, in addition, when you looked at those records, did you find any previous diagnosis of any conditions?
Yes, Brice was previously diagnosed with ADHD and with a bipolar disorder.
And what is ADHD?
So ADHD stands for Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder. It's a developmental disorder. So it's, again, one of those disorders that clinicians and lay people notice in the childhood period. It begins in the childhood period. I think a lot of people still use the term ADD, but that's kind of an outdated term. And with folks that have ADHD, they can have more problems with the attention part, which we call predominantly inattentive presentation. But the vast majority of people with ADHD are what we call combined presentation, which means that they have problems with focus and attention and listening and following instructions, but they also have problems with restlessness, impulsivity, kind of doing things before thinking. They often find themselves, as children, often are the kinds of kids that will just be not able to sit still or run across the street and someone has to grab them. They just have a lot of hyperactivity and restlessness. As an adult, what people describe is more of an internal restlessness, like they just feel jumpy and restless in their head, but you might not see that in their body. And a lot of people with ADHD have trouble with just regulating their skills, like regulating their emotions. They're kind of people who are too much or too little. They have kind of trouble maintaining that even keel. And that's true about their impulses too.
And you said bipolar disorder. Can you flesh that out for the jury?
Yeah, bipolar disorder is a mood disorder. It's what we call a mood disorder. And that can happen at any age. It's different from a developmental disorder like ADHD, meaning that we see it in childhood. Now, mood disorders run in families. So some of the most severe mood disorders actually do start in childhood. But a mood disorder can happen really at any time. It can happen even in reaction to something really bad happening in your life, especially if that reaction, like a depression or a sadness, is even more than what we would expect or lasts longer than we would expect for the bad thing that happened. So like depression, bipolar disorder is a problem with regulation of mood. It's a little bit, as I said, with people with ADHD, they kind of have that problem anyway. but it's like much more challenging if you have a mood disorder, or you have periods where you might be quite up and excited and positive. Sometimes for some people, even what we call grandiose, where they feel like they're super powerful and better than everyone else. But sometimes it just means that a person has an elevated mood and they feel good, or sometimes it can just mean that they're really irritable and touchy and they get kind of, they are easily set off and angry and irritable. And then people with bipolar disorder, the bi meaning two, have periods of time when they're very sad and they're down and they don't feel good about themselves. And sometimes they can be so down that they contemplate suicide or even attempt suicide, but have a hard time getting out of bed, have a hard time doing things, just don't have trouble with getting started on things and kind of the will to do activities that they would normally do when their mood isn't so down. So that's what bipolar disorder is. And you can have people with more extreme mood swings. And then you can have people that are just, as I said, more of this sort of irritability all the time kind of brewing under there.
And based on your expertise and what you did and examined in this case, were you able to reach a conclusion regarding Brice's intellectual disability?
Yeah, yes. From all of the information that I reviewed and the interview with his mother, it was my conclusion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty that Brice met criteria for the diagnosis of intellectual disability and continues to.
So I want to break down a little bit how you were able to reach this conclusion. Okay, so can you explain a little bit based on what you did and what you saw, how you were able to reach this conclusion? What about the evidence?
So I reviewed multiple IQ tests. So remember I had said earlier that IQ stands for intellectual quotient, and it's our best way of getting at that first prong of difficulties or deficits with thinking and reasoning and problem solving and learning from experience. And so the best way to understand that is administering an individually administered test of what we call intelligence, of those concepts. And so Brice has had evaluations of his intelligence since June of 2001 when he was 10 years old, up until December of 2021 when he was 31 years old. So he's actually had 6 separate assessments of his intelligence using similar measures. When he was young, the child version was used, and then when he was older, beyond the age of 16, the adult measure was used. So I was able to review those 6 separate administrations of his IQ that I found in records and some through reports written by the doctors themselves. So that's that first prong. And then in addition to that, there were a lot of reports in the interviews done with family members that talked overall about some of those aspects of intelligence, like grasping concepts, being able to, for example, his maternal uncle talked about just difficulties with teaching Brice to sweep, or he just wouldn't be able to get it. He talked about Brice using his hands the wrong way when trying to learn how to sweep. And so this gets at this idea of being able to understand broader concepts, to learn, which is part of intelligence. Planning, his paternal stepbrother talked about he would make a plan, but it would be not very well thought out. Part of intelligence is planning and organization. Another relative talked about lack of awareness and insight. And so those are all broad concepts associated with intelligence, being able to kind of understand things, grasp concepts, plan, reason. So that's that first prong of intelligence.
I want to stop and ask you another question though about that first prong. Was there evidence that in what you looked at that there were times that Brice did not fully meet the effort expected in some of these tests?
Yes, there were. In the evaluation that was done 10 years ago in October by Dr. Riley, and in the evaluation that was done more recently, 2 years ago, by Dr. Williams, both of those doctors did indicate some concerns about Brice's effort in the testing.
Can you explain a little bit to the jury about why you were able to reach a valid result? Granted, you're talking about 2 tests. You told us you looked at 6, but I'd like you to explain, if you could, the about the effort component.
Right. So, one of the things that we want to, when we want to come to conclusions about any data, we want to make sure that that data is valid, that that data is telling us something that is truth. And so when there's any suspicion that someone isn't putting forth their best effort, and that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not putting their best effort or best foot forward because they are deliberately trying to do so. Sometimes it can be that, it can be conscious, but sometimes people don't put forth best effort because they're not super invested in the process, or sometimes it's because they're really tired or depressed, or it's because they don't have a good rapport with the examiner. And then that's actually something specifically we call stereotype threat, which can happen when the examiner and the person being tested are from different ethnic backgrounds. It can change somebody's effort, create more anxiety in the testing process. So there's lots of reasons why people don't put forth best effort. Another reason can just be because that person has trouble, regulating and keeping their emotions on an even keel, which in my opinion is what impacts Brice. Because when someone has difficulties with everyday thinking, reasoning, problem solving, it's they encounter during the testing very difficult questions. And if you're someone that is easily set off or irritable, then that can be a challenge when you're testing someone. So that's that sort of concept of effort. And in Brice's case, there were, as I said, the 2 more recent evaluations where the doctors expressed concern about that.
But you were able to view many more than just those 2 tests. You were able to view, I believe you said 6?
Yes, yeah. And yes, I was.
And is there in fact a relationship between intellectual disability itself and some of the way that people measure things like effort?
Absolutely. One of the biggest concerns in what we call performance validity testing or effort testing in people with lower IQs is that they tend to produce a lot of what we call false positives. So they will seem on effort testing. We have specific tests that look at effort. One of our concerns always that we're looking for is making sure that we don't say that someone with a low IQ is not performing at their best when they really are. And that's what a false positive is. It's identifying someone as not trying when they really are trying. And that is much more likely to happen with people who have low IQs because they have low IQs. So what a test that would seem very easy for someone who doesn't have mental retardation or intellectual disability is actually a little hard. It's harder for someone with a lower IQ. And so they may look like they're not trying when they really are. My conclusions about Brice's IQ are based on the bulk of the evidence that I have. I had 6 IQs. There were 2 that there were some concerns about effort. One of those doctors that had concerns about effort actually said, you know, if we retested him in a year or so, I would expect that it wouldn't, you know, that he would have an IQ that is actually in the intellectual disability range. And so, you know, there was a consistency in generally lower scores that I felt confident about, that we would still say Brice met the criteria for that prong 1 being deficits in intellectual functioning.
And we're using the term effort testing, right? But another term for that, right, is malingering.
Yes, that would be at the extreme end of conscious, deliberate, not putting effort into the testing. So that's malingering is like one of many reasons that people don't put forth best effort. As I said, they could also be because they're having trouble with emotional control, and things are hard and they don't want to do them, or because they don't have a good relationship with the examiner and they feel, you know, very nervous, or they're not invested, or they're tired, or in pain. I mean, there are lots of reasons why people don't put forth best effort. Malingering is only one.
Okay. You were just expressing sort of the effect that intellectual disability itself has, ironically, on testing for intellectual disability. Are there some other myths about intellectual disability that it would be good to explain to the jury?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like many developmental disorders, part of the problem is that people have a particular idea when they think about a developmental disorder, like autism and like intellectual disability, and traditionally, and even like schizophrenia, which is not a developmental disorder, all of these sort of mental conditions, people have like a stereotype in their head. For ID or mental retardation, what people often think of is the person who is very severely or profoundly mentally retarded. So that would be someone who can't walk or can't talk, is in a wheelchair, can't feed themselves, needs 24-hour care, and might have like physical stigmata that tells you that something is wrong with them. Like, for example, Down syndrome, which is typically associated with intellectual disability. Many people think, oh, well, if you have the intellectual disability, you're going to look funny. I'm going to be able to tell in your face or your body that something is wrong. And all of that is actually not true. The vast majority of people with intellectual disability, 85%, look totally normal. They don't have anything physically. You can't tell, and many people with intellectual disability can read and write. In fact, the vast majority,
So basically, because Brice looks and
85%
acts
again, are able
normal
to achieve reading
doesn't
and
mean he
writing
really
skills up
is.
to like the 6th
This
grade
is where they're
level.
going
So,
with that.
you know, they're literate, not great, but literate, and can walk and talk, and, you know, don't look necessarily at first glance. And that's the thing, at first glance, that something is wrong with them.
So you're saying it isn't always obvious on the surface.
Correct.
So let's talk a little bit about Brice's adaptive functioning. Okay?
Sure.
All right. Adaptive functioning is broken down into different areas. And so what I'm going to do is ask you about some of those areas, and then you just tell us what you were able to conclude about those. All right?
Okay.
Okay. One of those areas, I believe, is communication. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Can you tell the jury what you were able to determine from the evidence about his ability to function in the area of communication?
So I looked at some of the various interviews that were done with family members. For example, his half brother, his stepbrother, his stepmother, and looked at some of the things that they were saying about him. And so what I found was that there were consistent reports of problems with communication, which is both understanding of language, comprehension, and also what someone is able to express. So, for example, he was variably described as not being a good communicator, bad at listening and comprehension. And this is, by the way, across his life. So, at different points when he was a little kid, but also as a young adult. Folks talked about, him not being employable just because he doesn't have the communication skills to deal with people. He didn't have, this is his uncle saying that he didn't really have the capacity to understand what was going on. That his mom talked about how she took him to a interview with a manager as an adolescent, kind of exploring the idea of him having a part-time job. And at the interview, she described his expressive language, what he was able to say, as lacking when the manager was asking him questions, and noted that generally Brice didn't start conversations with adults. So all of those things kind of brought together this idea of both difficulties in listening and understanding, as well as expressing himself.
When you say didn't start conversations with adults, is that something that you would expect from somebody who is intellectually disabled?
Yes. Yes. It's interesting. A lot of folks with ID are described as quiet. And they're quiet often because they don't have a lot to say, and it's hard for them to express themselves verbally, organize their language, put their thoughts into words.
Is someone with intellectual disability more likely to communicate than with people who are their age or, in fact, younger?
Yes. There's one of the red flags of intellectual disability actually is gravitating towards younger peers and more socially immature peers, because they just literally cannot keep up. They cannot keep up with the demands that same age peers would have at all stages of development. So that's when they're kids, but also more critically during adolescence, because that's a time when peer relationships become extremely important, up until young adulthood, that sort of 22, 23. During that time period, relationships with peers, romantic relationships, etc., become really salient and important to people. And if you just don't have like the skills to keep up, then you're going to be quiet. You're going to be withdrawn.
I don't know why she keeps rubbing her
or
eyes.
You might gravitate to younger people.
She got itchy allergy
So someone in their
eyes.
20s
She needs
might
some
actually tend to socialize with people who are in their teens,
allergy
for
eye
example.
drops or something.
Yeah, because they're at the more of the same level. The demands aren't that of a similarly aged person in their 20s, who are going to be much more subtle, more nuanced in conversation. And it's just easier. And it's also one of the things that people do when they have intellectual disability often is try to mask those problems.
Hi,
And it's
Patricia.
easier to mask those
Welcome.
problems when you're
Welcome,
associating with
welcome.
people younger, because you don't have to work as hard to try and keep up. You don't have to try to put on that face.
I'm going to move you to a different aspect of functioning, and that's functional academics. Can you explain to the jury what functional academics means?
Sure. It's basically when we think of like foundational skills needed for learning in reading, writing, math, and the translation of those into independent functioning as a child and over time. So, for example, an adult sort of translation of mathematics would be having a bank account, being able to, kind of read and understand contracts and pay bills and that sort of thing. As a kid, it's more of those basic reading, writing, because when you're a kid, your work is really school. So it's reading, spelling, math. And as you get older, you start to have a more applied use for
Well,
that.
thanks for following over
and
here.
how did you
I
do in
appreciate
functional
that
academics?
a lot.
Well, we know that from school records as early as the second grade, Brice had pretty significant academic deficits across the board. So I looked at second grade scores that showed on standardized testing below average skills across language, math, and social studies, ranging from the 5th percentile to the 14th percentile. And he really struggled across the board. He had special education services in childhood. His mom noted that she tried to enroll him in GED classes as a young adult, but was told that his academic abilities as a young adult were even too low, and that he actually needed to take remediation classes. And this is evident if you look at Dr. Riley's assessment of Brice in 10 years ago. So 10 years ago, his scores, he would have been around 23 at the time. His reading comprehension was measured then at below the second grade level, and his math was at the early first grade level. And individuals, family members in his life, that was again another consistent theme about him performing poorly in school. He was described as a terrible student, learning disabilities classes, not particularly good at reading or writing or academics in general. And his younger brother actually would help him sometimes, which is pretty telling. So again, this idea that he just wasn't grasping academic concepts at his grade and age level, such that even his younger brother was able to do the kinds of academic tasks that he couldn't.
Another area of adaptive functioning is called social. Can you explain what you're looking for in that area?
Sure. I mean, social's an easy one because it's kind of self-explanatory, but so it means, how a person gets along with people, how they, their social interaction skills. It's having friends. It's spending time with those friends. It's also got a component that we measure that's more surface, like being polite. And also, social relates to things like gullibility, being easily taken advantage of by others, not recognizing the motives of others, and also poor social judgment, choosing people to be friends or associating with people who may not be the best for you. So social skills is, really relates to all of those. Actually, I guess it's more complicated than I originally described, but yes, that's social skills.
And then how did he do in that area?
Again, looking at both the Vineland mom's rating of him at the age of 15, but also relatives that in their interview discussed significant social deficits, talked about trouble with sharing. Mr. James talked about Brice not being taught how to form happy relationships. He had trouble making friends at school. Even sought out conflicts where it was clear he wouldn't prevail. So, again, we see that a lot in folks that have lower IQs. They struggle to make friends, and they have low self-esteem and they want to prove themselves. But seeking a conflict is not the best way to do that. It shows really poor judgment. His romantic relationships were described as juvenile. Others talked about him always seeming a little bit immature and struggling to socialize, and being the least intellectually capable despite being the oldest.
And when you say least intellectually capable despite being the oldest, you mean of the siblings?
Correct.
Okay. The last area I want to ask you about in adaptive functioning is what's called self-direction. Can you tell the jury what that means?
Yeah, that's a really super complicated way of just saying being able to handle, to regulate yourself. So they're regulate, and the term executive functioning is part of that. I think that's a lot in popular literature right now, this concept of executive functioning, which is basically your ability to regulate your emotions, regulate your impulses, initiate tasks without someone constantly having to light a fire under you to get you going, or remind you to stay on task. Attention is part of self-direction. Anything you have to think about that was related to regulating and executive functioning. When you have good executive functioning skills, those are really key to being able to do well in real life. If you have trouble controlling your emotions or your impulses or your attention, that's going to interfere with your success in day-to-day life. So that's what self-direction is.
And then how did Brice do in self-direction?
This was actually one of the areas in which he struggles the most. Again, when you think of his diagnoses of ADHD and bipolar disorder, those are both reflecting problems in self-direction. Bipolar mood regulation, ADHD more attention regulation. So since he was younger, school records from childhood through adolescence shows problems with controlling emotions, being able to focus his attention, being able to sustain his attention. He couldn't focus in the classroom, but he also struggled to focus even in sports like football practice. He was impulsive and impatient as a child, and that continued into adulthood. Mr. Rhodes described Brice as having trouble with concentration and said that there were things that he wanted to try and wanted to do, but could not follow through. He was described as quick to anger, and his mother, in rating him at 15, actually rated him as functioning almost like a preschooler, essentially. Even at 15, he was more like a preschool kid when it came to self-regulation and self-direction. So she said he was at 15 never able to control his anger. When there were unexpected changes in plans. He was never able to control anger when he couldn't get his way. He was never able to think through consequences before acting.
So you told us that you, with all of this work and all of this evidence, you were able to diagnose him with an intellectual disability, but intellectual disability affects different people in different ways. Some people are able to overcome those things. Can you explain to us what the effect, if you had an intellectual disability, what the effect of also having bipolar would be? Would that?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you for a second.
That's fine. Oh, you still can't. Can you explain to us the way a bipolar condition would interact with someone's intellectual disability?
Oh, yeah, okay. Yes, so with a bipolar disorder or mood disorder, that and intellectual disability, it makes it even more of a struggle to manage emotions. So, in both cases, you tend to be more led by your emotions versus using the parts of your brain that are associated with things like making sound decisions, considering future consequences of actions. When you have both a mood disorder and intellectual disability, it's like a double deficit, really, because we use with the intellectual disability piece, you don't have the reserves as far as your cognitive reasoning ability and your language ability to do things like self-talk in a conflict situation or in a potentially dangerous situation or when emotions are running high. You don't have the access to the parts of your brain that are saying, oh, you know what, this is probably not a good idea. When you're emotionally riled up, you know what, I need to calm down. That's self-talk. The intellectual disability, because of those deficits in language and reasoning, make it harder to talk yourself down. It makes it harder to negotiate a social conflict or negotiate a challenging situation that's going to come out in a good adaptive way. You're more likely to kind of be led around by the nose of your emotions and more susceptible to those mood changes and the problems with impulse control that those mood changes will bring, or the problems in managing anger that those mood changes bring.
So we've been talking about how Brice got here and what makes Brice Brice. But this jury, and unfortunately, I don't know that you can see the jury, but they're right here. This jury has found him guilty of these charges. And the task that lies before them is to determine what the punishment should be. So one aspect of that you've explained in great detail. But another question that they have is, can Brice improve? Is Brice capable of getting better? I'd like you to address that if you could.
Sure. So as I said, ID is a lifelong condition, developmental condition. But what we do know is that people with ID require support. The folks that do have that support do better, do much better. And they can, that support can just be, advice. Or a lot of folks with ID tend to gravitate towards people who are older, more experienced from the advice standpoint, not from the socialization standpoint. But that support can be someone who helps them talk through decisions that they need to make. And it's also really about skill building, learning skills to control emotions, learning skills to recognize when you're getting heated up inside and you need to do something about it before you become really angry or before you say something or do something that you shouldn't. So it's skill building that can be done more formally through therapy, through psychotherapy, with a therapist that has an eye to and experience in understanding people with developmental disorders. You need someone, ideally, with that expertise who can modify or adapt traditional therapeutic approaches for someone with ID, for someone who may not have the language or may not have the more nuanced thinking. So there are therapeutic approaches like cognitive behavioral therapy or dialectical behavioral therapy. Those are fancy terms that mostly mean teaching someone how to be more mindful of their emotions, how to recognize their emotions, how to be able to exert better control over their emotions. understand the relationship between their emotions and their thoughts, and why they might behave in certain ways. So helps someone develop more insight, which would help Brice tremendously. And then of course, on top of that would be medication, there are a plethora of medications that really help people better control their emotions and also better focus their attention. They're not magical pills, but they help. And especially in combination with, as I said, the therapeutic approaches I just talked about.
So you talked about the creation of support.
Yeah,
So medication would be one way that support could exist, right?
correct.
I think you told us therapy, right, just now?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that counseling in different ways could also provide some additional support?
Yeah, that's what I meant by therapy.
Okay. Also, participation in various programs that could be offered by the Department of Corrections could provide that support, right?
Correct. I understand that there are programs related to, especially group programs around anger management, for example.
And also resources that would be available, ongoing resources if someone after years was returned to the community, right?
Correct. Yes. Yeah. Well, we call those wraparound services. So it's a combination of check-ins and therapy and medicine. And then for people with intellectual disability, you want them delivered in what's called a wraparound way, where there's a team and there's coordination. And there are a number of programs in the community that provide that.
So you're testifying that with the right combination, there's still hope for Brice in the future.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Does anyone need a quick break before being cross-examination?
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
So, you reviewed a number of reports, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed both the school reports and the reports from doctors regarding the previous testing.
Correct.
And you reviewed some summaries of interviews, correct?
Correct.
Is the only interview you did the interview with his mother, LaShawna Rhodes?
Correct.
Was that over the phone or by video conference?
It was in person.
Oh, okay. And then you did not have the opportunity to interview the defendant, correct?
No, and that was because he refused to be interviewed.
Okay. So as you didn't get to observe him in any sort of environment for the adaptive function portion of this, you relied on word from other people, correct?
I did, but it wouldn't be appropriate to. This is a developmental disorder, so as I indicated, so wouldn't be appropriate to base his adaptive functioning on current any current observations, particularly in an incarcerated setting, which doesn't approximate the real world.
So for the tests that assessed his IQ, we have 6 different test results, starting with the 2001 tests when he was 10 years old. And on that one, he had a full scale IQ of 90, which is in the average range.
That's correct. It would need to be adjusted, however, for the Flynn effect. So the actual IQ would be more appropriately an 86.
And there's a range where you can have confidence in the result of 5 points plus or minus on each of these results, isn't there?
The range depends on the particular tests. In the DSM and the AAIDD, it's approximately 5, but that's because if they were to list all of the confidence intervals, which is the range that you're talking about for individual tests, it would be pages and pages and pages. So in the DSM and the AID, they say about 5.
Okay. And for the results in the 80s, those are considered low average?
Yes.
70s is considered borderline?
So 70s is considered borderline according to the Wechsler, but someone with an IQ in the 70s can still be considered ID because the diagnosis of ID is in the DSM-5 and the AIDD. The diagnosis of ID is separate from the labeling or description of an IQ according to the test. So the Wechsler test can refer to an IQ in the 70s as borderline, but an IQ in the 70s can still meet criteria for ID under the diagnostic criteria.
The second test we have results from is from 2004. And is it correct that we don't have details about this test? We just have the result that it was a full scale IQ of 80.
Again, we don't have the actual test itself, but Flynn corrected. I just want to make sure that we're looking at the right column. It actually should be a 79.
And for the rest of these, we do have more information about them, write-ups from the doctors. That test, we just simply have the result, not the write-up.
Correct, as part of a school record.
In 2007, when he was 16, there was a test by Dr. Berger. And is that one that you reviewed?
There were, I can't recall what it was that I reviewed, but it was the details of the IQ, which was a 72. Okay. Third percentile.
It's 74 with Flynn effect to the 72.
It's actually it's actually a 72 if it's more correctly viewed.
Okay. And on that report, Dr. Berger said that the defendant did not appear to be motivated to perform well, did not increase his effort for more difficult tests. Therefore, the results of his intellectual and academic testing should be interpreted as cautious estimates of his actual abilities and or performance at this time. Is that correct?
That's correct. He did not indicate that it was an invalid score. He said it should be interpreted with caution.
And the 2013 test was actually taken as part of his application for disability benefits, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then for the 2013 test with Dr. Riley, that one, there was great concern from Dr. Riley about the results. And he actually said the client may not have given his best effort, tended to exaggerate memory problems. Performance may reflect an attempt to present himself in a most unfavorable light in order to receive services or special considerations. The current test results are believed but a gross approximation of the cognitive and academic strengths and limitations that Mr. Rhodes brings to training and employment. Isn't that correct?
Yes, and he indicated that reevaluation in 1 year may reveal borderline or mildly impaired intellectual functioning.
He also said that the results were most likely invalid of this test, correct?
That's correct. And he said that reevaluation in 1 year would likely produce results that were in the intellectual disability range.
But he also said that even a provisional diagnosis of borderline or mentally impaired intellectual functioning was not believed warranted. On page 7.
He may have said that, yes. And again, I think it's really important because all neuropsychologists do this. We're not looking at individual scores. We're looking at them as a whole. So when I make an evaluation of that prong 1, it's looking at all of Brice's scores, not just one, and taking into account, as I did in the chart, some of the concerns about effort, but nevertheless, there is a consistency there that his IQ scores show deficits in intelligence.
And then the final test was in 2021 with Dr. Williams, and there was also a concern about effort in that test as well, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And the score that was produced, again, shows a good consistency of intellectual deficit.
Thank you, doctor. I have no further questions.
No other questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Dr. James, thank you for being with us. We do not have any further questions and you are free to go.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, you all want to come up for just a second?
Oh my goodness. That was the most exhausting hour or however long of my life. I struggled to keep my eyes open. The woman seems like a, very smart, intelligent, beautiful. She's cute as a button. Great voice. But I was just like, a snooze fest. Man. Plus, I didn't get much sleep last night, so she did bore me to tears. She did bore me to tears. Mhm. That bandage on the back of his head looks
All
like
right,
it's
are
getting
there
ready to
any other
fall off.
witnesses for the defense?
No, Your Honor, that's the end of the defense's case for mitigation.
Thank you, Mr. Griffiths. All right, we're going to go ahead and break
Yay!
for lunch. We will have one witness when we come back, and then you will get the case for deliberations again. I'm going to ask you to be back outside the courtroom at 12:30 p.m., okay? Thank you.
That's 1 hour. Ooh, I like that. Briefcase folio-ish thing. I like that. That's kind of cool looking. I'm assuming it's someone's briefcase and laptop bag. They're going to lunch for an hour. Hmm. Deborah says, I think it should add to the sentence, not shorten it.
Is there anything that we need to discuss before I go off the record? Thank you all.
I will say that I kind of think that the guy does definitely need mental health treatment. I mean, obviously, I believe that wholeheartedly. But I don't think that he should be given the opportunity to be given the rehabilitation and then let to go be free. No. Receive your rehabilitation and then do something good with it from inside the prison system for the rest of your life without the possibility of parole. That would be my choice. My choice. He's going to go have his lunch. I wonder what he's going to have. I wonder what the jail food today is. Or maybe his lawyers are going to get him something to eat, something yummy to eat, since it's another day out and in the court. He seems more relaxed today. You think so, Gail? Yeah, I think he's had time for it to sink in that he's a cooked duck. He's a done duck. Stick a fork in him, he's done, right? It just comes down to whether he's going to have the possibility for parole. And I think he probably already knows he don't, but I don't know. Like he's accepted it, Gail says, yeah. Tammy said he's on medication during this whole time. Probably. I'm sure he is. Deborah said he seems to refuse help. Well, I mean, that's fine. You know, if he wants to refuse it, that's his prerogative. But he sure ain't gonna have a good time for the rest of his life in prison if he don't get some help. I don't know. You guys, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That's what I heard on a court channel. Wonder what kind of medication he's on, Tammy. Like, I just kind of wonder. I mean, they may have said, and it just slipped my mind. I don't know. But, yeah. I think I'm going to go get a bite to eat. Maybe if I get a little something to eat, that'll kind of wake me up a little bit, perk me up some. If his IQ is as low as experts say, how much can he be rehabilitated? You're right, Deborah. Nikki says probably a sedative. Tammy said he won't receive rehab if he gets life without parole, and probably not even if he gets parole. They'll evaluate, not rehab. Yeah. Mm. All right, you guys, I'm going to run and take a lunch break. They said they would be back at 12:30. Is that what they said? 12:30. It's 11:40 now, so that's 50 minutes. I'm going to go take a lunch and see what husband is doing, because he's probably, yeah, he's up by now. And see what he's doing, and get a bite to eat and hope it don't make me sleepier. Sometimes I'll eat and then it makes me even more sleepy. And then sometimes I eat and then I'm like, okay, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Tammy's going to go take a shower. All right, I'll see you guys back in a few minutes. I'm going to put a little banner up or something. They have a banner on the screen, but still, I'll add a little something. So we'll see you back here in just a little bit. I'm just going to turn my mic and my camera off, but I'll see you back here in a bit. And we got 42 seconds on the clock. I'm back. Is everybody else back? I had a good lunch. I had a salad with yummy stuff in it. It was very good. And I feel better. I feel awake. And I got another cup of coffee. Another cup of coffee. Mhm. Yum, yum. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Sorry. A little welcome back hot hair. Music. Oh, let's see. You guys are chit-chatting in here about the step parents, step mama. Let's see. Let's see. Let me go back up to the top where I left. Okay. Gail said BRB dishes are calling my name. Oh, look, Brenda's popped in. Hey, Brenda. She says, hi, everyone. LOL. I finally get my rear end moving and everyone's eating lunch. Lee, did you set up anything scrumptious? Silly question. Hope everyone is well. Aw, hi, Brenda. Good morning, Billy. Hey, Freeze. Hello, hello. Tammy says I was over, I was over on court and they have feed. The lawyers are in the courtroom at 12:03. Did I miss something? Lee says she has it on Law and Crime Channel. Oh, Tammy says, never mind. It was a brief moment, I guess. Huh. I guess I missed something. Did you guys know that he charged his father with DV? I knew his stepmom's testimony wasn't what it seems to be. 12:28, Lisa's 2-minute warning. Wah, wah, wah. Deborah said, I felt like the stepmother was a little overeducated and undersmart. Oh. Sherry's here. Lee's here. Gail's back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Deborah says, and the type to say, okay, everybody, if we all try, we can all get along and be so happy. Talking about the stepmom. Oh, Lee says, I never left, so ... Clips, probably just clips. Okay, gotcha. Lots of education, little common sense. Yeah. It's sad because I really, I mean, I don't know her, right? I don't know the stepmom. She did seem educated. She did seem like a nice lady. He did smile. There were lots of memories, right? But it doesn't really amount to a hill of beans in the grand scheme of things, right? Did everybody get a little lunch? Or a lot of lunch? Or no lunch?
All right, anything we need to take out before the jury comes back in?
Just like he's walking in.
Okay, I'll just wait until he gets up.
girl sitting over here on the left with the purple hair makes me think of unicorns. A little lunch, said JC. Lee said, nothing here. Nothing here. Well, I figured I was getting hungry, and I figured I don't usually eat through the day, but since I've been getting up every morning early,
Dr. Allen's on his way up from the elevator, so we're just gonna wait till he gets here.
I tend to get a little hungry around lunchtime, you know. So Gail says PB&J and Doritos. Ooh, that sounds like a very weird yet cool combination. You know, this is the awfulest, grossest sounding thing, but when I was pregnant with my oldest, I craved bologna sandwiches, like bologna sandwiches and chocolate milk together. Like I wanted a bologna sandwich and I would drink chocolate milk with it. Gross, right? But oh my God, it was so good. That's all I wanted. Lee says, there you go, Gail. Lunch of champions.
Yeah, when I'm nervous, sometimes I feel better just standing up.
Chocolate milk goes with everything, right? Brenda doesn't eat till later. I know. I like chocolate milk. I like chocolate milk. The thing about chocolate milk, though, is, or milk in general, I mean, I can't just sit and sip on a glass of milk. Like if I'm having a glass of milk, okay, let's just say I want a peanut butter sandwich and a glass of milk, right? I can't just like sip on it like you would like water, you know, or a pop, soda, whatever you want to call it. Somebody's spraying something, probably Lysol. But yeah, it's like I can't drink milk slow. Right, Brenda, I can't drink milk slow. I have to like, it's a guzzle thing. And I don't guzzle drinks except for milk, but I do guzzle it. I don't know why. It makes no sense, but that's what I do. Billy says, with my daughter, it was peanut butter cookies with avocado on top. Oh my God, Billy. That's hilarious. That's so funny. Lee says, I have to have whatever I drink after I eat because I drink it too fast. Yeah. There's all the pretty boots. Ooh, Sherry had a baked potato. Yum. What did you have on it, Sherry? What do you like on your baked potatoes? I thought about having some grits because I have some like instant grits,
Thank you, Deputy Mills.
but I did not.
Everybody can be seated.
Butter and sour
Any
cream.
jurors have
Yum.
anything they need to discuss with the court? All right, great. I understand that the Commonwealth has a rebuttal witness. Thank you.
I didn't hear who she said. Something Allen, a rebuttal witness. Oh, this dude looks like he's on a mission. This I could tell by
Dr. Allen,
his,
raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you, doctor.
I could tell this is going to be a good
Good afternoon.
chop chop.
Could you introduce
testimony.
yourself to the jury, please?
My name's Timothy Allen. I'm a psychiatrist at a facility called KCPC, which is a state hospital,
What does it stand for?
the Kentucky Correctional Psychiatric Center.
And what happens there?
So we do competency to stand trial and criminal responsibility evaluations by court order throughout the state.
What is the education and training that you have for this position?
So I graduated from U of L in 1994, degree in political science, and then I went to UK College of Medicine where I got my MD in 1998, and then I did a 4-year psychiatry residency at UK, and then a 1-year forensic psychiatry fellowship at Tulane University in New Orleans. So I've had a medical license in Kentucky since 1999, and I'm board certified by a national group called the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology in general psychiatry, forensic psychiatry, and brain injury medicine.
How long have you been with KCPC?
Started there in July 2003, so into 20 years.
And are you the only doctor there?
No, so there are 2 other forensic psychiatrists, and then we have 2 nurse practitioners, and we have several psychologists. So there's a whole team.
And are there other employees as well?
Right, we have social workers, nurses, correctional staff. It's a fully staffed hospital that's also on the grounds of a prison.
Did you have occasion to evaluate the defendant Brice Rhodes at the request of the court in this case?
I did. He came to our facility on 2 occasions, in 2019 and again in 2022. And so I saw him for about a month each time, and I saw him several times during each one of those hospitalizations.
And during those times, did he live at your facility?
Yes, so he's there again for about a month, 24 hours a day. So he lives on a unit with 11 other people. They have sort of a common area. They have their own rooms. They go to recreation. They have activities during the day, and they have a treatment team, a medical treatment team that I'm the head of. That we see him at least once a week, address any psychological or medical conditions, and so we have literally 24-hour observation of the person for a month at a time, and in his case, 2 different months.
What did you notice about his ability to interact with other people, whether staff or peers?
Well, generally, we saw Mr. Rhodes function highly. He's articulate. He could explain himself. He could communicate well. He performed what we call activities of daily living. They have to do their own laundry. You have to line up at a certain time. You have to know where to be for your meals and your meds and all those sorts of things. There's obviously some structure to it, but also we have people with low intellectual abilities that we have to assist on these things on a daily basis. They need extra help, reminders of where to be, what to do, how to function. Mr. Rhodes had none of those. He was interactive with me. He, again, could express himself very clearly. And so he was never somebody who needed special services that we ever saw as intellectually impaired in any manner. He could function fully, again, with his peers, with the staff throughout his nearly 2 months with us.
And did you or somebody on your team analyze his intellectual, whether he had an intellectual disability?
Yes, so we administered some psychological testing, some of which the results of you probably heard about already. It's one of the multiple psychological test batteries he's undergone in his life. And let me flip to the right pages here. So let's see. So the testing we did was in December of 2021, so it was his second admission. And this is Dr. Williams, our head of psychology. And whenever we give psychological tests, an IQ test being sort of the most prominent one we've probably heard about today, you have to give measures of effort. Because if I give you a simple math test and I ask you what 2 + 2 is, and you don't want to get the right answer, you can say 5, right? So it's really easy if you don't check to have somebody not give your full effort. So we have to give those measures of effort, and we did, or Dr. Williams did, and we got a full scale IQ of 73, which formally falls in the borderline range, but he gave poor effort, and we give specific measures to look for that. These are not something we've created. They're published, they're used everywhere across the country in every university. So he failed those measures of effort. So that suggests that 73 is a low estimate of his true ability. And when we look at and then we compare how he's behaved for the month or 2 he's been with us, compared to that test, we again believe that 73 is not a true score. It's suppressed on purpose by him. Now, granted, that happens a lot. When you're in the kind of situation we're in, you expect those things to sometimes happen. because people are under a lot of pressure, all that sort of thing. But the bottom line, the important thing to realize is that 73 is the absolute minimum. And if we only know that score, we think he's better than that or higher than that, but we just don't know how high. Luckily, we have some other information to tell us.
Is it possible to fake up on an IQ test?
No, if you could fake better than your true ability, well, then everybody would do it, right? So if you take an IQ test, you can only get up to your full ability. These aren't tests where you can like guess a couple questions and get a significantly higher score. There's an error of 5 points. So if your real IQ is 100, you can maybe get 105, but probably you're going to get a 199, 101, something like that. You can't fake a 120 if you're 100. And remember, 100 is average. That's the average of all of us, the whole country. So generally, your highest score, if you've taken it a bunch of times, is closest to your real score.
Did you look into whether the defendant was suffering from any mental illnesses?
Yes. So that's something we are concerned with all the time. And we treat people with mental illness constantly. I'd say about 80% or 85% of the people we treat, we treat for a mental illness with some medication and therapy and other things. We even treat people who don't want to be treated because we see the illness, but they don't admit it. So that's a whole process we have to go through sometimes. In this case, Mr. Rhodes reported some anxiety, and I believe he has anxiety. I think there's some records to suggest he has anxiety. I think he's under a lot of stress and has been for several years while he's facing these charges. That's stressful. So we treated him for anxiety. At one point, I think in the first admission, we gave him an antidepressant, Celexa, for anxiety. This last time, we treated him with Vistaril, I think, which is a mild anxiety medicine. And I think he preferred to be on the medicine. It was helpful. But really, anxiety is all we saw. We didn't see any evidence of depression or mania. We didn't see evidence of psychosis, like hallucinations or delusions. These are all things we look for in every single person, whether they report it or not. We didn't really see any of those things.
Did he have any other psychiatric diagnoses?
So I diagnosed him with the last time. Make sure I got my reports right. With really 3 things. One was adjustment disorder with anxiety. That's, you're under a ton of stress and you have some psychiatric symptoms that are more than you might expect just for the stress. The second is antisocial personality disorder, which is a history of sort of flaunting the rules and not really going along with societal norms and that sort of thing. And then the last one was polysubstance use disorder, which is drug abuse. If you use drugs and it affects your functioning, you can meet that diagnosis.
And did you see any evidence of bipolar disorder?
I did not. I'm aware that that's been diagnosed in the past, in childhood, in adolescence. And from my experience, children who are having behavioral problems, if their parents take them to a mental health professional, they will often get diagnosed with something. It may be oppositional defiant disorder, but bipolar is a common mental illness diagnosis that's given sort of as a provisional diagnosis, and then they try to treat the child to see if you can really affect their behavior. But as an adult, that's never really appeared anywhere in any documentation about Mr. Rhodes. He's never sought treatment, because when we talk about bipolar, we're talking about really the 2 poles of it, depression and mania. And so we haven't seen any evidence of either of those as an adult. And he's been incarcerated, I think, since 2016. So he's been seen by jail staff, medical staff, by KCPC, by many, many people. And no one during that past 7 years has said he looks depressed, he looks manic, or he has symptoms of bipolar.
And what would be an example of mania?
So mania is sort of the opposite of depression. Depression's run down, feeling bad. Mania is full of energy. And so these people who are truly manic, you don't miss it. It's not subtle. They may only sleep 1 or 2 hours a day. They're moving around constantly. They're agitated. They speak fast. They look hyperactive, but in the most severe sense that you could ever imagine. I teach medical students. I'm like, this is one of the diagnoses in medicine that you can see as soon as you walk in the door from across the room. You don't miss mania. It's severe, and it can get to the point where it affects your thinking. You can get delusional. You can, very often people become grandiose. I have a lot of money. I'm very powerful, all that sort of thing. So mania is hard to miss, number one. And number two is almost always results in a psychiatric hospitalization. Somebody you know, somebody sees you, goes, that's not right. I'm going to get an MIW. I'm going to send them to the hospital. I'm going to have the police take them or an ambulance take them. We don't have any evidence like that for Mr. Rhodes.
Did you review the defendant's interview with police in May of 2016?
I did.
Did you see any evidence of either the depression or the mania in that interview?
No. So I looked back at my notes, and I actually reviewed the videotape of this, and I've reviewed the transcript of it. Mr. Rhodes was not agitated. He was actually very calm. He was articulate with the police officers. He, denied knowledge about the charges and had relevant questions about it. He was not talking fast. He was not hyperactive. He was not delusional. I didn't see any evidence for that, and certainly no evidence of depression.
So did you conclude, as a result of your 2 examinations, month-long examinations of the defendant, does he, due to any intellectual deficits, lack the ability to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the law?
I found no evidence for those things. I thought, he could appreciate his criminality. He could conform his conduct to the crimes of the law regarding mental illness and or intellectual deficit.
That was going to be my next question. Thank you. No further questions.
Dr. Allen, it's good to see you again.
Hello.
I understand that you work for KCPC.
That's right.
I think we use that phrase so often. It stands for Kentucky Correctional Psychiatric Center.
That's right.
And this is a state-run hospital.
It is.
And the hospital, there are evaluations conducted there for pretrial clients.
That's right.
And there's inpatient treatment provided.
Yes.
And I think all patients at KCPC are court-ordered patients.
That's right.
And you've worked there for over 20 years now.
I have.
So fair to say that you testify for the state quite a bit.
Well, I guess it may be semantics, but I've testified hundreds of times. I've done over 2,000 evaluations. Sometimes I'm called by the prosecutor, sometimes by the defense, because my report is court ordered for the judge and for the court.
But you are typically called by the Commonwealth.
More commonly, yes.
I agree, Lee.
So part of your job is to conduct evaluations for the state or the court.
Yes.
And you come across a wide variety of psychiatric illnesses in that work.
That's true.
Substance use disorders, mood disorders, anxiety disorders,
Yes.
trauma-related disorders,
Absolutely.
and neurocognitive disorders.
Yes.
And you've admitted at a prior hearing that you are not an expert in intellectual disability specifically.
Not specifically. I've not done specific research on it. It's something I deal with, pretty much on a weekly basis as far as treatment and that. But I don't have, beyond the typical psychiatrist, any specialized training or knowledge about intellectual disability.
Let's discuss your evaluations for a little bit. I want to make sure I understand first that you don't work alone at KCPC.
That's true.
You work with a team.
Yes.
But the total amount of time that you spent with Brice, would you say was about an hour, hour and a half?
So in at least one of, if you add up all the time I spent with him, it's probably like in the first admission, he was there 4 weeks. So it's probably a total of about 2 to 2.5 hours. And then the second admission, he was only there, I think, well, it was, let me get my dates right. Second admission, I think, was shorter. It was only about 2 weeks. So that's probably more like 2 hours or an hour and a half. So the total over those 2 times may have been 3.5, 4 hours.
Okay, I want to take you back through your evaluations.
Okay.
First, would you agree with me that paranoia can be a symptom of mental illness?
Yes,
And paranoia can impact someone in a number of different ways.
I agree.
And it could impact someone's ability to participate in an evaluation.
Sure.
It could impact their ability to take the tests that you've administered.
You could.
And based on your evaluation, Mr. Rhodes demonstrated several aspects of paranoia.
Yeah, I think we've discussed this in a previous hearing even. Yeah, I mean, there's some of his behaviors that I guess theoretically could be related to paranoia. I don't disagree with that.
So if we look to the first report from 2019, I'm looking at page 7.
Okay.
He indicated that one of his habits was to lay out traps in his room.
Right. Yes, in his room at KCPC. That's
So
right.
he's talking about behavior that he's demonstrating or talking about demonstrating while he's at KCPC.
That's right.
And at KCPC, he's in a locked room.
He is.
And despite being in this locked room, he had a standard practice to lay out these traps.
Yes.
And the reason that he did that was to know if other people had come into the room,
That's right.
this locked room.
Yeah.
If people had touched him or his things.
Right.
And he also indicated to you that there were multiple times that he thought that someone had been in his room,
Yes.
that someone had touched his soap, I think.
That sounds right.
And that would be paranoid behavior.
Generally, yes.
And you didn't bring this up while you were testifying just now.
No. Because being incarcerated, sometimes, in some ways paranoia is healthy. You have to watch out for yourself. You have to be concerned about the actions of others. And so, there's a certain degree of that that's understandable. So I didn't find it raised to the level of what I consider mental illness or something I would treat.
In the second report, which was completed 2023, you indicate on page 2 that he wakes up during the night to keep people from harming him.
Let me find that.
It's down at the bottom under the hospital course.
But did you say it said wakes up? Oh, I see it. Yep. Wake up every 30. Yep. I see what you're saying. Yes. I'm with
So is that correct, that he would wake up every 30 minutes worrying that people were trying to harm him?
That's what he reported. We don't watch them that closely. They do have regular checks through the night, but we don't have confirmation of that. But I can't deny it either.
And that behavior or that belief could be another classic paranoid belief.
I mean, it would be pretty unusual. It's hard to wake yourself up, even if you truly are paranoid. But I'd say it could be, yeah.
And additionally, in that same evaluation, the second evaluation, I believe in multiple places, he talked about believing that people were trying to poison him.
Yes.
And that's another classic example of a paranoid belief.
That one I agree. That's pretty classic.
And you've encountered that paranoid belief before.
Sure.
And I think I'm looking at page 6, where he indicated that he specifically believed that the prosecutor was trying to poison him,
Yes.
and that the prosecutor was in a conspiracy with other people trying to poison him.
Right.
And obviously you don't believe that that was actually occurring.
I do not.
And so his belief that multiple people were trying to poison him is a classic paranoid belief.
Could be, yeah.
And paranoia is a symptom of someone who is bipolar.
It can be, especially if you're actively manic.
In the first evaluation from 2019 on page 7, you reference his skin condition.
Right.
I'm probably going to say it incorrectly, folliculitis.
That's perfect, actually.
And he indicated that he believed it bled or did not bleed, depending on his belief in prayer.
Right.
And he indicated that if he prayed, then it did not bleed. And if he failed to pray, then it did bleed.
Yes.
And this is not a rational belief.
That's not very rational.
And I believe you testified to, from the 2023 report on page 2, that he was having anxiety and panic symptoms.
Yes,
And he was given medication for these symptoms.
he was.
And there was a reported improvement of his symptoms.
Great.
I want to talk next about hallucinations.
Okay.
In 2019, in the first report on page 2, when he's meeting with the team, he talked about hearing voices, whispers.
He did.
And he talked about seeing things. He called them shadows.
Yes.
And he saw things moving. These aren't the shadows that you or I might see.
Right.
And that's a little bit out of the norm.
That's out of the norm.
And as a doctor, you might refer to those as hallucinations.
Right. So if they're sort of out of thin air, out of nowhere, they're hallucinations. If they're a misperception of actual things, we call them illusions. So the classic example is when you hear a gust of wind and you think you hear a baby cry, but it's really just the wind. Or, you see a shadow and you think it's a person. I'm not sure which of those it is, but it's unusual. It's not normal.
Next, I want to talk about some of the testing results. And you're not the psychologist. You didn't administer these tests yourself personally.
That's correct.
Brice was administered an IQ test,
He was.
and his score, the full scale score on page 4 is 73,
Yes,
and that falls into the borderline range.
it does.
You also administered the Abbas test,
Right.
and you indicated that he scored very low on this measure.
Right, and that test is solely subjective report from his mom. But she basically scored him, her responses scored him as being having very low adaptive functioning.
And the Abbas test is trying to assess real life situations.
Yes,
And you also testified earlier that when you observed him and when your team observed him in a structured prison-like environment at KCPC, you saw him able to follow the rules.
yes,
But that's not what the Abbas is trying to measure.
agreed. It's a different environment.
So the fact that he may have had the ability to follow rules at KCPC where everything is structured and routine does not undermine the Abbas test.
So they're not directly correlatable. So I agree with you there. Now, you wouldn't expect somebody who you see no deficits to be so impaired as reported by mom. But so the difference is pretty stark. It's dramatic. But they're not a one-to-one. So I acknowledge that it's not a perfect comparison.
And you don't believe that you have an accurate measure on the Abbas test.
Yeah, that's true. I think, when you're asking, number one, for mom's opinion, when she knows the circumstances, and number two is she's having to remember when he was a kid and how he's been functioning maybe years ago. So there's memory issues there for any of us. How do you remember what your sibling or child acted like 7 years ago? That's kind of a hard thing. So there's a lot of difficulty. The Abbas is not perfect. It's the best thing we have, but it is just a questionnaire, really.
And you've testified previously that the true Abbas score could be low or below average.
That's true.
Let's look at page 7. And you've also testified about this before. There's an example you provide there in reference to the Abbas test. You reference a trust fund kid
Right.
performing poorly on sections of the Abbas because they maybe wouldn't need to work.
Right.
And that's your comment, your example.
Yeah, that's my example.
And you acknowledge that that wasn't perhaps the right thing to say.
That is not a comparison for Mr. Rhodes. I tried to pick a comparison that is totally unrelated to him. So that's kind of the reason I chose it. I didn't want to draw a parallel in any way. It just shows you that, if you say, well, somebody's not functioning because they never had a job. Well, what if they never looked for a job? If they never wanted a job? So the boss will say you're impaired because of that, but it may be because you didn't want to, because you made money other ways. So again, there's impreciseness that we have to consider.
And you don't actually administer this Abbas test yourself.
I didn't. Dr. Williams did by questioning Mr. Rhodes' mother.
And you don't routinely administer the Abbas.
I do not.
And you also don't administer the IQ test yourself.
I'm not even qualified to administer the IQ tests. You have to be trained very specifically to administer IQ tests and other cognitive tests like that. I look at the results all the time, but I don't administer them and do the raw data and all the calculations.
And one thing that could impact someone's IQ during the developmental period is the onset of a mental illness.
Yes.
And some mental illnesses do not manifest until later in life.
Right. There's sort of spikes at different periods of life where mental illnesses spike. And one of them is the sort of transition from teen to adulthood, 19, 20, 21. So that's a common time where some things emerge. There's other spikes like later in life in your 60s, so which obviously aren't an issue here.
And bipolar disorder, especially in males, can manifest around age 19 or 20.
That's true.
And that could impact someone's IQ score.
Over the long term, yes. If you have, especially if you have a very long period, you've not been treated, you've had severe swings of mood and several manic episodes, that can cause sort of permanent cognitive impairment.
I also want to talk about the TOM test, and that stands for a test of memory malingering.
Yes,
And I believe in your report, you indicated that he passed this test.
he did.
And these tests, you call them malingering tests,
Right.
but they're tests of effort,
Yes.
and maybe engagement in the process.
Yes.
And you can't yourself determine from these tests themselves why someone might give poor effort.
I agree with you.
You can't determine the motivation.
That's right.
And symptoms of a mental illness could impact someone's motivation.
They could.
An intellectual disability could impact someone's motivation.
Yes, but we have a little clearer data that tests like the TOM, which he passed, and the VIP, the one that he failed. They've been measured in people with intellectual disabilities and found to be relevant. But so I think that's a little bit different than somebody who has like maybe a delusion that the person given the test is trying to, kill me. You may not cooperate with that person.
So you
But-
agree that paranoia could impact someone's motivation?
It could, yeah.
There's a lot of documents in this case. You've been given records from Brice's past,
Yes,
including past evaluations
yes,
and adaptive functioning documents.
some, yeah.
But you didn't have the chance to review those until after you completed your report.
I think that's true.
And you yourself are not an expert in adaptive functioning.
Not more than any other psychiatrist. I mean, I think psychiatrists, we deal with it frequently, but there are people who subspecialize in that, and I'm certainly not one of those.
That's why you have I think you mentioned her earlier, Dr. Jacqueline Williams. She's an expert in this area.
Yes, and then again, she administers the test, which I don't.
And so you have her on staff because you don't know enough about this material. That's her area.
Well, again, she knows more, that's for sure.
And so you're not really qualified to give a diagnosis on intellectual disability.
Oh, well, no, I disagree with that. I mean, intellectual disability is something, again, I deal with every day. I think I get to split hairs because, it's talk about an expert, and I think very often we talk about expert being, in my world, we think about expert as somebody who's published 40 articles on something. But I diagnose intellectual disabilities all the time. I look at IQ test results on a routine, weekly, daily basis. So I am absolutely qualified both to assess intellectual deficits and to diagnose it. But there certainly are people who have more specific expertise, like administering the test and that sort of thing.
And you did tell us earlier that you are not an expert at intellectual disability.
Again, not beyond other psychiatrists.
Give it up, lady. Give it up.
No problem.
I like that, doctor. Yeah. I like the witnesses that don't get shook by the, defense or prosecution based on whichever witness it is.
Dr. Allen, you're free to go. Thank you for being here. Good to see you. All right, so the only thing that we have remaining to do are closing arguments from the attorneys, and then you will be able to go start deliberations. But I want to give you all the opportunity to take a restroom break if you need it, or to make any calls or anything. So I'm just going to give you 5 minutes maybe, and then come back in front of the courtroom doors.
Oh, bathroom break, bathroom break. Give her credit. She tried, Cicely. Yeah, she did. She tried. She She tried and she failed and he crushed it. Yes. Yeah. I just liked his, like, yeah, I'm not an expert in this. Yeah, there are people better than me. Blah, blah, blah. He just didn't seem bothered. Because some other people would be like,
All right, see you in 5.
you know,
Is anybody using Jacob?
temperate. He's not qualified. Excuse me? He's very qualified. Very qualified. So they have a 5-minute break, and looks like defense. Is she the one giving the closing? She's the one standing up there at the podium. I hope that they get that podium situated before the microphones turn back on, because when they wheel that thing around, oh my God, it makes my teeth water. It's like nails on a chalkboard. Right? Can't stand that noise. Definitely. They need to keep a can of a WD-40 handy. Handy dandy. Handy dandy. Brenda says, while breaking, I'm going to try my new glue dots. Yay. Good deal. Oh, what is that lawyer over there? The defense lawyer. He's like talking to Brice, and he's got like he's very animated with his head. Yeah, I'm like, ooh. Are they arguing or something? See the girl here with the red hoodie on? She's got like that purpley burgundy hair with blue in it too. I like it. Pretty. Looks very unicorny. I like it. Sniff. Oops. Oh, while breaking, I'm gonna sniff my new glue dots. Gotcha. I wonder how long their closings are gonna be. Hopefully not very long. And then I wonder how long their deliberation is going to be. Oh, you know what, Lee? That's possible. I wonder if they're warning him to keep his cool. Yeah, because while this last doctor was on the stand, the camera panned over like super close up to Brice, and he was like, you could tell he was a little bit bothered, and then he just kind of closed his eyes, and I'm like, dude, don't do that, because I'm struggling. I felt good coming back in here after lunch, and now already I'm back to Deborah says, so the jury decides the sentencing? Yes. Yes, ma'am. They do. They do. They do. They get to decide. We didn't hear much from the guy prosecutor over there to the far left. I think he did opening statements, and that was it. Was he the one that did opening statements? I can't remember now. Yeah, but that last one held my interest. Me too, Lee. Absolutely. Me too. He was quick and punchy and no fiddle farting around, you know. Mickey said, wait till that dude starts droning on and on like he did yesterday. Oh my God. Hopefully he's not the one, because it was the the gal with the short blonde hair that walked up to the podium and turned the podium around to like face the jury. So I'm wondering if it's her that's going to give the closing. I don't know. 19 seconds. Got back there in the plaid shirt is stretching. Here comes the short-haired blonde chick. She's got papers. I feel like she's giving the closing. Yeah, I just feel like it. She's got her notes. She's ready to go. She's getting a drink of water. She's like, let's do this. Lee says, in Kentucky and other states, it is the jury, and others, it is the judge that determines sentencing. Yep. 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 I think today is going to call for a nap. Patricia's back. Hey, Patricia. She says she must have drawn the short straw. Oh, goodness. I would rather listen to her, though, than the guy. Because the guy is, he goes on and on and on. He's like Tucker. You don't know when to stop. Deborah says, I would hate to have to do that. To do what? To do what, Deborah? Give the closing for him or determine the sentencing? True, Mickey, at least Tucker was entertaining. Yeah, he was entertaining, that's for sure. Sherry said, I think it's interesting too. I would not want to do that either.
Reading
Sentencing.
instructions. Just, oh, my throat is dry. Coughing.
Oh, she's gonna have to read instructions. I forgot about that. Oh my God. When they let the jury do the sentencing phase, it's like a whole nother trial all on its own. Hmm.
Thank you, Debbie.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm gonna mute my mic.
All right, we can all be seated. Does anyone have anything they need to report? All right. In just a moment, you will hear closing arguments from the attorneys. Just as I said to you during the guilt phase of the trial, closing arguments are not themselves evidence, but certainly they are a way for the attorneys to argue to you what they believe the evidence showed and how you should apply that. I will need to read the instructions to you. Before I do that, I wanted to ask the lawyers one thing that I just remembered. I'm so sorry. Can you all come up?
Oh, I wonder what she's asking. I wonder what she's asking. I always feel like this is the juicy stuff, the stuff that we don't get to hear. Yeah. She can sure mute everything whenever she needs to talk, but she sure can't mute herself when she's going to type or scroll her mouse. When they're on the right, the defense dude, he's very
All right,
animated
I
with
will
his head. He's
begin
like,
reading the instructions again. You all have a copy. Your foreperson will remain the same. When you are
Right,
finished
Gail, or cough.
deliberating, you will let Deputy Mills know, and we'll have you return to the courtroom. And then once again, you'll have the official copy. All right, instruction number 1, aggravated penalty and mitigating circumstances. You have tried the defendant, Brice Rhodes, and have returned a verdict finding him guilty of the murders of Christopher Jones, Maurice Gordon, and Larry Ordway. From the evidence placed before you in that trial, you are acquainted with the facts and circumstances of the crimes themselves. You have now received additional evidence from which you shall determine whether there are mitigating or aggravating facts and circumstances bearing upon the question of punishment, following which you shall fix a sentence for the defendant for the offenses of murder. In considering such evidence as may be unfavorable to the defendant, you will bear in mind the same instruction that was given to you in the first stage of this trial proceeding, to the effect that the law presumes the defendant to be innocent unless and until you are satisfied from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. You shall apply that same presumption in determining whether there are aggravating circumstances bearing on the question of what punishment should be fixed for the defendant in this case. You may consider such evidence as you heard in the guilt phase of trial, as well as the evidence you heard in the penalty phase, in deciding what punishment should be fixed for the defendant in this case. Mitigating circumstances are any facts or factors about Brice Rhodes, the crime, or the case which do not justify or excuse the offense, but which, in fairness and mercy, lessen or reduce his responsibility or moral culpability for the crime, or which demonstrate that he is someone whose past or present circumstances indicate that he should receive a penalty other than life without the possibility of parole or life without the possibility of parole for 25 years. In fixing a sentence for Brice Rhodes for the offense of murder, you shall consider such mitigating or extenuating facts and circumstances as have been presented to you in the evidence and you believe to be true. A unanimous decision as to the existence of a mitigating factor is not required. Each juror is free to make their own individual determination as to the existence of mitigating evidence. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is not required for mitigation evidence to be considered. Instruction number 2, statutory mitigating circumstances. You shall also consider the following statutory mitigating circumstances which you believe from the evidence to be true. A, at the time of the offense, the capacity of the defendant, Brice Rhodes, to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of law was impaired as a result of bipolar disorder or other mental illness, even though the impairment of the capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or conform the conduct to the requirements of the law was insufficient to constitute a defense to the crime. B, at the time of the offense, the defendant, Brice Rhodes, acted as an accomplice in a capital offense committed by another person or other persons, and you may consider the relative culpability and sentences of all defendants. C, at the time of the offense, the capacity of the defendant, Brice Rhodes, to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or conform his conduct to the requirements of law was impaired as a result of intellectual disability, even though the impairment of the capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or conform the conduct to the requirements of the law was insufficient to constitute a defense to the crime. D, the youth of the defendant, Brice Rhodes, since at the time of the crime he was 26 years old. E, any other circumstance or circumstances arising from the evidence which you, the jury, or any of you individually found to be a mitigating factor or a factor in support of leniency. Instruction number 3, aggravating circumstance. In fixing a sentence for the defendant, Brice Rhodes, for the offense of the murder of Christopher Jones, Maurice Gordon, and Larry Ordway, you shall consider, if you believe it to be true from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, the fact that the defendant committed the offenses of murder intentionally, and that offense resulted in multiple deaths. Instruction number 4, fear or prejudice not to influence decision. In reaching your decision on punishment, you are cautioned that you are not to be influenced by any prejudice or fear of later criticism. Instruction number 5, concurrent versus consecutive. For each count, you shall state whether the sentence you recommend is to run concurrently at the same time or consecutively, one after the other, successively without interruption, or a combination thereof in your discretion. Instruction number 6, probation and parole. Probation. The defendant, Brice Rhodes, will not be eligible for probation under any circumstances in this case. Under a term of years, 20 to 50 years, Brice Rhodes would be eligible for parole after serving 85% of the specified number of years. Life. On a sentence of life, Brice Rhodes could not be considered for parole until he had served 20 years of parole eligibility. Life without possibility of parole for 25 years. On a sentence of life without the possibility of parole for 25 years, Brice Rhodes could not even be considered for release on parole until he had served 25 years. Life without possibility of parole. On a sentence to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, Brice Rhodes will never be considered for parole. Eligibility does not mean parole. Consideration for parole does not mean that it will be granted. On sentences of imprisonment for life or life without the possibility of parole for at least 25 years, Brice Rhodes could be imprisoned until his death. Instruction number 7, authorized sentences. Count 1 as to Christopher Jones. You may fix Brice Rhodes' punishment for the murder of Christopher Jones at confinement in the penitentiary for a specific term of years not less than 20 nor more than 50, or confinement in the penitentiary for life, or confinement in the penitentiary for life without the benefit of probation or parole until he has served a minimum of 25 years, or confinement in the penitentiary for life without the benefit of probation or parole. But you cannot fix his sentence at confinement in the penitentiary for life without the benefit of probation and parole, or at confinement in the penitentiary for life without the benefit of parole until he has served a minimum of 25 years, unless you are satisfied from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the aggravating circumstance listed in instruction number 3 is true in its entirety, in which event you must state in writing, signed by the foreperson, that you find the aggravating circumstance to be true beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction number 8, authorized sentences as to count 2, Maurice Gordon. You may fix Brice Rhodes' punishment for the murder of Maurice Gordon at confinement in the penitentiary for a specific term of years not less than 20 nor more than 50 years, or confinement in the penitentiary for life, or confinement in the penitentiary for life without the benefit of probation and parole until he has served a minimum of 25 years, or confinement in the penitentiary for life without the benefit of probation and parole. but you cannot fix a sentence at confinement in the penitentiary for life without the benefit of probation or parole, or at confinement in the penitentiary for life without the benefit of parole until he has served a minimum of 25 years, unless you are satisfied from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the aggravating circumstance listed in instruction number 3 is true in its entirety, in which event you must state in writing, signed by the foreperson, that you find the aggravating circumstance to be true beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction number 9, authorized sentence, count 3, Larry Ordway. You may fix Brice Rhodes' punishment for the murder of Larry Ordway at confinement in the penitentiary for a specific term of years not less than 20 nor more than 50, or confinement in the penitentiary for life, or confinement in the penitentiary for life without the benefit of probation or parole until he has served a minimum of 25 years, or confinement in the penitentiary for life without the benefit of probation or parole. But you cannot fix his sentence at confinement in the penitentiary for life without the benefit of probation and parole, or at confinement in the penitentiary for life without the benefit of parole until he has served a minimum of 25 years, unless you are satisfied from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the aggravating circumstance listed in instruction number 3 is true in its entirety, in which event you must state in writing, signed by the foreperson, that you find the aggravating circumstance to be true beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction 10, authorized sentences, count 4, tampering with physical evidence. You may fix Brice Rhodes' punishment for tampering with physical evidence at confinement in the penitentiary for a term of years not less than 1 year nor more than 5 years. Instruction number 11, authorized sentences, count 5, abuse of a corpse, Maurice Gordon. You may fix Brice Rhodes' punishment for abuse of a corpse at confinement in the penitentiary for a term of days not to exceed 365 days. Instruction number 12, authorized sentence, count 6, abuse of a corpse, Larry Ordway. You may fix Brice Rhodes' punishment for abuse of a corpse at confinement in the penitentiary for a term of days not to exceed 365 days. Instruction number 13, verdict. The verdict of the jury must be in writing, must be unanimous, and must be signed by one of you as foreperson. The instructions are then followed by verdict forms for each count and a final verdict form for the total sentence. Would the defense like to make a closing argument?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Ms. Heller. Of course.
Yay, welcome back, Tammy. Well, welcome back, Lee. I saw you came back a few minutes ago. Yeah, she just gave the instructions. Tammy, with the last witness was the doctor with the purple shirt. That was the last witness. And now they're getting ready to give the closing arguments for the penalty phase. To me, he looks tired and nervous, yet trying to show that he's not worried. Yeah. So one of somebody in there earlier, I can't remember now which one it was, said that he had that folliculitis or whatever. Um, I think he looks pale compared to other
Ladies and
days.
gentlemen of the jury, we've just discovered that there's a bit of a typo in your verdict forms. So what I'm going to do is
Oh,
simply
Lord.
reprint those pages and give it to our foreperson. So you will have the copy with the proper verdict forms, okay?
Oh boy. Lee says, okay, who says return today? I
Just
think they
make sure
will.
that didn't change all of our formatting.
Tammy says they said they gave him lots of
Yes,
meds and
numbers
it's
are exactly the
hard
same.
to regulate the amount. Oh yeah.
Okay, so this is pages 10 through 16.
Tammy said she'll be driving and listening. Drive safely, Tammy. No texting. Lee K says, so do I. Where did you come from, Lee K? Where did you come from, Lee K? JC says, I'll be back, guys. If I'm not back by the time this is over, I'll replay to see what's on the agenda tomorrow. If I don't come back before this is over, you guys have a
Thank you,
great
Dr.
rest of
Mills.
y'all's day.
So you can just swap this out for your other copy.
Sounds good, JC. You have a good rest of your day. And if we see you back, we see you back. If not, then we'll see you tomorrow. I'm not sure what's going to be on the agenda tomorrow. I'm
All right,
assuming
you
they're
may
going to come
proceed.
back
Thank you.
today with a decision because it's early. But then again, you know, never know.
I just wanted to make sure he knew how to float. Anna, Brice's stepmother, told you yesterday about teaching Brice how to float. She wasn't trying to make Brice swim team captain. She was simply trying to make sure that he knew how to float. And we don't let the people that we love drown. I was swim team captain when I was in high school. And I was also a lifeguard for 6 years. And I agree with Anna that it is very important that we teach our children how to float. In the 6 years that I lifeguarded, I was very fortunate that I only had one jump in rescue. And I remember it very vividly. The young man that I pulled out of the water that day, he didn't know how to swim. He had just drifted into the deep end. It was a YMCA. There was a line that cut up between the 5-6 feet to the 10 feet. And he went over the line and didn't know how to swim. He didn't know how to float. He was okay. I blew my whistle. I jumped in. I pulled him out. And we filled out an incident report. And while I was finishing the incident report, he went back to the pool deck. And before I had the chance to finish completing the incident report, I heard the whistle blow again. And when I came out back to the pool deck, I saw that my fellow lifeguard was in the water with this young man again, pulling him out of the water a second time. And before that young man left the pool that day, he tried to get in the water for a third time. To an outsider, to an onlooker who didn't know this man, it didn't make any sense. Why would this young man who did not know how to swim, did not know how to float, keep getting back in the water and trying to go to the deep end? What was wrong with him? Was he trying to play games with us? Did he want to drown? Why did he keep doing this? It doesn't make sense if you don't have context. I had the chance to speak with him while we filled out that incident report. And I came to learn that he didn't come to the pool on his own. He came to the pool with an assistant, with a caseworker, someone that helped him with his everyday living activities, helped him manage his money, helped him get on the bus, and helped him get his exercise. And they were working together on learning how to float, how to swim. And his goal was to one day, perhaps, learn to swim in the deep end. Now, I have no idea whether that was something that this young man was capable of, but he clearly wasn't capable of it at that time. At that time, he did not know how to float, but he didn't understand that. All he wanted was to keep on the progress that he'd been working with his caseworker. All he wanted was to show that he could do it. He couldn't understand that he couldn't magically decide to do something and then be capable of it. He didn't understand all those steps that he still had to take if he was indeed able to take those steps. Anna told us about Brice. She said, I just wanted to teach him how to float. And that's really just another way to say, I just wanted to teach him.
You guys
How
can't
not
hear
to
the
do
audio on the screen?
And that's what Anna told you that she was doing. Making sure Brice
It's up.
stayed afloat. Making sure that he didn't drown in the water.
It was down a
And
smidge, but not
unfortunately, I don't
much.
think that the water was the only place that Brice was drowning. I think from the evidence that you've heard over the last 2 days, yesterday and today, that from a very young age, Brice has been drowning. He's been trying to stay afloat. He's not been trying to swim. He's not been trying to reach the deep end. He's been just trying to stay afloat. And before I go any further in discussing Brice's life and the decision that you're ultimately going to make today in this case, I want to be very clear about what this part of trial is about and what it's not about, and what I'm here asking you to do. This phase of trial that we've been doing this week since Monday is not about accountability. You've already found Brice accountable. You listened to the evidence last week and on Monday, and you made your decision Monday night. The decision that you have today is punishment. And nothing that we've presented to you over the last 2 days, and nothing that I'm going to discuss with you now, is meant to take away from that accountability or that loss of life. Horrible things were done in May of 2016. An innocent man was gunned down in the street, and 2 teenagers were then brutally murdered. And you've held Brice accountable for his participation in these murders. The murders of Christopher Jones, of Maurice Gordon, and Larry Ordway. You've heard from their family members, those who have lost their loved ones. And I'm going to leave it to the state to discuss that loss, because that's their place. The state now wants you to lock Brice up. They want you to lock him up and throw away the key. And they want you to be angry. I want you to think about how many decisions you've made out of anger, and about how many of those decisions that you've later come to regret. Why? Why do we pause? Why do we stop? Why do we take a breath? Because when we act out of hate and anger, we lose empathy. We lose our heart. So when someone's life, Brice's life, his life and his freedom is at stake, I'm asking you to do something different, something difficult, something that may be uncomfortable. I'm asking you to hold on to your empathy and your heart, because no matter what Brice did on his worst days, Brice is still a human being. And so I'm asking you to make a rational decision. I'm not asking you to let him walk out of the courtroom today. I couldn't, even if I wanted to. That's not an option available to you. I'm not asking you to give him a total sentence of any specific term of years. Let's not forget that there is now no small sentence available to Brice now. The minimum available to you to punish Brice is 20 years on each count. And 20 years is a long time. But I'm not asking you for 20 years. I'm asking you to give Brice a chance at parole. I'm asking you not to give him life without the possibility of parole. I'm asking you to keep empathy and your heart close at hand when you decide what punishment to give him. And I'm asking you to have just a little bit of hope for Brice. Hope that with medication, he can overcome the symptoms of his mental illness, his bipolar disorder. Hope that with therapy and the help and support of his loved ones, like Anna, that he can learn how to manage his emotions, to regulate himself in times of stress, and manage to live in this world with his mental illness and his intellectual disability. Hope that with the passage of time, the passage of at least 20 years, that he will change. And that he will change because he will have something to work towards. Something to make him work and work hard on his own rehabilitation. A chance, just a spark of hope, of parole one day. Never a guarantee. Just a simple spark of hope, a reason to think, to reflect, and to work hard on who he wants to be. Punishment without understanding is not justice. It is vengeance. And all I'm asking you to do today is to give Brice consideration. I'm asking you to grant him mercy. I'm asking you to give him hope. Until today, since 2016, the weight of his life and what happens to him has been in the hands of legal teams of the state and the defense. But at the end of these closing arguments, that weight will be passed to you. And it is a heavy weight, I know. We've carried it for a long time now. And so while I won't talk for too long today, I do need to make sure that I pass along what we would like you to know about Brice, and make sure that you know what you can take into consideration when you make your individual decisions. I want you to take your time with that decision and not to feel pressured to reach a verdict, to take your time, to carefully weigh the evidence that's been presented to you. Brice's future, his life is at stake. And I want you to carefully weigh all of the evidence that's been presented to you last week and this week. I understand that the state wants to punish Brice, but I want to make sure that that punishment is one of justice, not one of vengeance. And it isn't an easy task. And the law does require you to make a few more considerations before you return a verdict as to his punishment. And you've sworn an oath to follow that law, to consider all of the evidence that's been presented to you, to consider the full range of penalty. You're required to consider the minimum just as much as you're required to consider the maximum. The law tells you in your jury instructions on page 4, instruction number 4, that your vote as to penalty, as to punishment, cannot be out of prejudice or fear of later prejudice or later criticism. Your vote cannot be based on what everyone out there thinks. It is your individual moral decision, not anyone else's. And I'm asking you to vote for a chance, for hope, and for an ounce of mercy. I'm asking you to vote from your heart, from your own moral compass. And I'm asking you to be willing to do what is uncomfortable. And the law may require you to not fear criticism and what everyone else out there thinks, and that's not easy, to set that aside. But it is what is required of you today. Giving Brice a chance at parole is the right choice in this case. It might be an uncomfortable choice, but it is the right choice. And it is the right choice based on Brice's intellectual disability, on his bipolar disorder, and the overwhelming amount of trauma and abuse that flooded his upbringing. In your jury instructions, you'll read on page 4, instruction number 3, that you have to make a determination as to an aggravating circumstance. Even if you make this finding, even if you find this aggravating circumstance, there is no automatic penalty. You may still fix his punishment at a sentence of 20 to 50 years at life without the possibility of parole for 20 years, for 25 years, or life without the possibility of parole at all. You are also required to consider any mitigating or extenuating facts and circumstances that have been presented to you in evidence and that you believe to be true. And a mitigating circumstance, and I am going to read on page 1. A mitigating circumstance is any fact or factors about Brice Rhodes, about the crime or the case, which do not justify or excuse the offense, but in fairness and mercy, lessen or reduce his responsibility or moral culpability for the crime, or which demonstrate that he is someone whose past or present circumstances indicate that he should receive a penalty other than life without the possibility of parole, or life without the possibility of parole for 25 years. Anything that you've heard, you could decide, you could find is a mitigating fact or circumstance. And you don't all have to agree as to those mitigating circumstances or facts. 6 of you could find that his mental illness is a mitigating circumstance. And 6 of you could find that his intellectual disability is a mitigating circumstance. You don't have to agree as to the mitigation, as to the mitigating circumstances. You do have to agree ultimately to a penalty. There are certain mitigating circumstances that you are specifically required to consider. And those are on page 3 of your jury instructions. You are required to give consideration to Brice's bipolar disorder, his relative culpability, and his intellectual disability. This week, you've heard additional evidence about Brice, about his intellectual disability, and his bipolar diagnosis. And I know that it's hard to go back to last week and to think about the evidence presented to you then. But in order to consider, as the law requires you to do so, these 3 mitigating circumstances in particular, I'm asking you to think again about what you heard last week in light of what you've heard this week. Last week, the state would have you believe that Brice was the mastermind, the adult, the one in charge, telling everyone what to do, the leader. And they told you this was because he was the adult, that it was strange for this adult to be hanging out with teenagers. We already know from last week that Brice wasn't the only adult present. There are at least 2 other adults who were present the night Larry and Maurice were murdered. At least 2 other adults about which we know very little. And now you know more about Brice, and you know about his capacity, his reduced capacity due to his mental illness and intellectual disability. I'm asking you to reflect on what you heard from Dr. James about Brice's intellectual disability this morning. She told you that Brice struggles intellectually and that he has a low IQ. And the state wants you to believe that his IQ is maybe a little higher, and maybe it is, but not much higher. It's still a low IQ score. Dr. James told you that it is not uncommon for someone with an intellectual disability like Brice to spend time with people who are younger. It makes sense. We like to surround ourselves with people that are perhaps of similar functioning. We know that Brice doesn't like to be embarrassed or do things that he isn't good at or that he's afraid of, it makes sense that he would want to surround himself with people that he could perhaps keep up with teenagers, people he could maybe feel equal to, not behind. Brice struggles with thinking. We know he struggled with school, with his homework, and with basic tasks. Anna told you yesterday about her experience struggling with Brice, or with Brice struggling from a parent's perspective. And Dr. James today told you that not only does Brice struggle intellectually, but he struggles with what she calls adaptive functioning, his ability to function and do day-to-day, everyday tasks. And Dr. James conducted an in-person assessment with Brice's biological mother, LaShawna, who was with Brice throughout most of his childhood. Dr. James reviewed documents from Brice's childhood and memorandums from his family members, and she found that he had severe deficits in the areas of communication, functional academics, the social arena, and self-direction. Brice struggles in just about every area of life. Brice is continually trying to stay above water, to not drown, to simply function in everyday life. It's harder for Brice than it is for most of us. And on top of that, he has a mood disorder, a bipolar disorder. And you heard that from Dr. James as well. And Dr. James told you how that mood disorder interacts with his intellectual disability, compounding the challenges and difficulties that he has navigating everyday life and managing emotion and his reactions. You've held Brice accountable for his actions in May of 2016, and I'm not asking you to rethink that decision. I am asking you to take all of this that you've heard this week into consideration when you make your decision. You can take into consideration in your decision the plea deals that are in evidence, and you can still review those if you'd like to, and I encourage you to do so if you want to see them again. Anwan Carter and Jacory Taylor each received 10-year sentences. I believe one served 3 years and one served about 6.5. Now those sentences are not available to Brice, but you can consider how they were punished when you decide how to punish Brice. Even if you find the aggravating circumstance, you are still required to consider Brice's intellectual disability and his bipolar diagnosis. We talked a lot about credibility of witnesses last week and on Monday. And when you want a diagnosis, when you want help and the right treatment, who do you go to? Maybe for a cold or the flu, you go to a generalist. Something quick, something cheap, something easy. But if you think there's something more serious wrong with you, if you suspect cancer or something really serious wrong with you, who do you go to? Do you go to a generalist? A jack of all trades? Or do you go to a specialist? Someone whose career and study and expertise is in your treatment, your diagnosis, and your condition. The state brought in the state's witness, Dr. Allen, from the state hospital. And he told you what he thought about Brice and his intellectual disability and his bipolar disorder. But Dr. Allen is not an expert in intellectual disability. You heard from Dr. James this morning, a neuropsychologist whose specialty is in intellectual disability and neurodevelopmental disorders. And she told you how she reached her finding and the basis for that finding of intellectual disability. And she also told you about a prior diagnosis that Brice has of bipolar disorder. Brice has an intellectual disability and bipolar disorder. And Dr. James told you how these impact him. Each of these, either of these on their own, could be a mitigating circumstance. A reason you could decide to give Brice less than a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. And Brice has not only one of these two, he has both. The law also requires that you consider any other circumstance from the evidence which you, as an individual or as a jury, find to be a mitigating factor or a factor in support of leniency. Brice has always been struggling to keep his head above water. We are most vulnerable when we are children. When we are children, we rely upon our parents, on the adults in our lives to keep us safe, to love us, to nurture us, and to help us build resiliency. I don't know what word or words the state will use to describe Brice now. The government tends to like labels: defendant, accused, convicted, broken, mentally ill. It is easier to lock someone up and throw away the key when they are reduced to a label. I do not describe Brice as intellectually disabled, as
Welcome
mentally
back,
ill,
JC.
or any worse label. I will not reduce him to his worst moments or his weaknesses or his diagnoses. And I ask that you do the same, that you recognize him as he is, a human being who as a child suffered great trauma and who has a mental illness and who has an intellectual disability. When you make your decision today, you will not have to explain it or justify it. It is your choice. People with mental illness and intellectual disability and extreme trauma are not going anywhere. They're not. I think maybe we all wish that no one had to go through those adversities, that no one had to have such disadvantages or hardships or burdens or experience so much trauma. I think we all can agree on that, but they do. And these people will always exist. And so we have to remove the stigma around these disorders and treat them with empathy and from our hearts. People like Brice need help, more assistance than most of us, more help simply to not drown in the hardships any of us may face on a day-to-day basis. Through no fault of Brice's own, he started this life behind. He never had a chance, drowning before he could ever learn to float, let alone swim. And just because he has a mental illness, an intellectual disability, and because he experiences the effects of trauma, does not mean that he doesn't deserve to be punished. Just because he never had a chance doesn't mean he didn't have a choice. The law does demand, however, that you take it into consideration. Brice does not need to be locked away forever. What did Brice not have control over as a child? Abuse, trauma, the lack of effective and consistent intervention at a young age, lack of the right diagnosis and medication at a young age, lack of consistent love and nurture, and the chaotic environment that he lived in. Dr. Garbarino, an expert in trauma, spoke to you this morning as well, and he told you about Brice's trauma. He told you about adverse childhood experiences. We call them ACEs. These are experiences that many of us may have one or two of, and he told you that. But he also told you that 1 in 100 people have a score of 7 or more, and that only 1 in 1,000 has a score of 8, 9, or 10. And he told you Brice's score. Brice has a score of 8 adverse childhood experiences. So when I say that Brice never had a chance, when I say Brice started from behind, and when I say that Brice has been just barely managing to not drown, or perhaps have been drowning, that is why. I don't want to go through each individual adverse childhood experience because you've just heard that testimony. But what you heard from Dr. Garbarino as he talked about each factor was a glimpse into the chaos and abuse of Brice's life, of his childhood. We heard from Anna yesterday that she knew that there was abuse going on in his mother's household. And Dr. Garbarino told you today that Brice's stepfather would emotionally abuse Brice, alienating him from his own family. Brice was made to feel that he wasn't loved. He was alienated by those who were supposed to protect and love him. Anna told you about the time that his mother came to take Brice home, how Brice cried, and how he didn't want to go, and about that custody battle that should never have happened in front of a child that way. He was afraid to go home. That was the type of environment that he grew up in, one he was afraid to return to. He was punished with physical violence. And his stepfather physically abused his mother. And because Brice's mother was in an abusive relationship, dealing with her own very violent trauma and survival, Brice was left unprotected to observe the brutal violence committed by his stepfather against her. He saw him cut his mother's hair off, you heard that today, drag her and smash her face. That's something none of us want any child to ever have to witness. Brice witnessed this experience and much more. And so his development was stunted, it was changed. He was developmentally crushed by the adversity and trauma that he experienced in his childhood on top of his mental health and intellectual disability. I've asked you to have hope for Brice. And Dr. Garbarino and Dr. James have told you that there is hope. Brice is not a lost cause. He has overwhelming challenges that he's going to have to overcome and decide for himself to overcome. And he cannot do it alone. Dr. Garbarino and Dr. James told you that he does have the capacity for change, the capacity for hope. He needs to be medicated, and he needs therapy, and he needs time. And no matter your decision today, he's going to have access to those three things. He can receive medication and therapy in prison, and he's likely going to serve at least 20 years, so he's going to have plenty of time in prison. The time that he needs to work on himself. And he can also receive and be ordered to maintain his medication and his mental health treatment if he is ever granted approval. His stepmother, Anna, will also be there if he's paroled. She told you that. She's been in the mental health profession in this area in Indiana and Louisville for 28 years, and she can help and she wants to help Brice connect with mental health professions in the area. With the resources available to him. And if he fails to do what he is told, his parole can be revoked and he can be sent back. And if he doesn't try in the first place, if he doesn't try medication, if he doesn't try therapy, if he doesn't try the programming that's available to him in the Department of Corrections, if he doesn't apply himself, he may never be paroled. Which is why I'm asking you to give him that chance, that hope to work towards. Give him a purpose to work towards, to keep him on track. He has a lot to overcome, and it may seem insurmountable to you. It may feel easy to give up on Brice and to do as the state asks you, to throw away the key. But I'm asking you not to. And the law does require you to consider all of the evidence from all of the witnesses and to take into consideration Brice's mental illness, his intellectual disability, his relative culpability, his trauma, and anything else from the evidence presented to you that in your empathy and your whole heart, you find cause for leniency. I want to end by taking us back to what Anna told us about Brice's brother. Brice's brother came to their family at about the same time that Brice himself did. And his brother also struggled with school. She told us that he had behavioral outbursts as well. Anna wanted both Brice and his brother to stay with them, to attend a good school with good resources, to be assessed and to receive help at school, to be loved and nurtured, and above all else, safe. We know that when Brice was with Anna, he came out of his shell. He let down his guard. He got just a taste of what it was like to be loved, to be safe and protected. But Brice did not get to be with Anna for very long. His brother did. His brother stayed. And his brother went on to excel at sports and at school and is now a professor. And you know where Brice is. Brice is right here. Sitting here today, his fate in your hands. With love, with intervention, with treatment and consistency, Brice's brother was able to find resiliency and eventually stability that led to his success. And I think the evidence presented to you over the last 2 days shows that while Brice did not have the love, intervention, treatment, or consistency in his childhood, that he can find those things in his future, behind bars, in a correctional setting, and that he will have the best motivation if you grant him the mercy of a chance at parole to work towards. On Monday, you didn't have the opportunity to know Brice, to take into consideration his life and his mental health. Just as any onlooker at the pool that day at the YMCA when I had my first rescue, just as any onlooker did not have the opportunity to understand the young man that I pulled out of the pool and then got back in the water 2 more times. You did not on Monday have the opportunity to understand Brice. I mean, you now had an opportunity. You know more about who Brice is. I wish that 9-year-old Brice was here and that he could tell you from his heart what his life was like and what he was going through at that time, but 9-year-old Brice isn't here. And we can't save 9-year-old Brice. But there is something that we can do, because I think Brice is still drowning. And it may take some time for him to learn to float again. But I ask you to give him that chance to show that he can change. I'm asking you to give him a chance at parole, a chance at life, a chance at hope.
Yeah, it's a no for me. No. Not feeling it. Not one little bitty inch. Nah. Exactly, JC. Girl, bye. Go sit down somewhere. Ah.
I'm not asking you to lock him up and throw away the key. What I'm asking is that you impose a legally allowable sentence at the conclusion of this proceeding where he has been given the due process that we all enjoy in this country. These are the sentences that you are allowed to give: 20 to 50 years. In this case, his parole eligibility would be 85% of the sentence, but will cap with a parole eligibility of 20 years. So once it passes 24 years, for the rest of that 25 years, 40 years, 50 years, his parole eligibility is 20 years. So he meets the board in 20 years. Life, where the parole eligibility is also 20 years. Life without parole for 25 years. So it's a 5-year difference between that life and this type of life. And then the final possibility, life without parole at all. And that is what we are asking for. We are asking for that for a number of reasons that I will go through here. Obviously, you also consider whether these sentences run concurrently or consecutively to each other, and you consider the sentences for the other crimes. I'm going to focus on this because this is obviously the bulk of what we're talking about here. Now, when you are making a determination, as you see from your instructions, you are allowed to consider the things that you have heard the entire trial. You are allowed to consider the horrific nature of these murders. You are allowed to consider the effects on the family. You are allowed to consider Christopher Jones, father of 3, grandfather of a granddaughter that he never got to meet, beloved brother. You're allowed to consider Larry and Maurice, sons, brothers. They have a little sister they never met named Larissa, for Larry and Maurice. Their lives cut so tragically short. You can consider all that. And yes, you can consider the mitigating factors if you believe them to be true. Now, one of them listed here is that at the time of the offense, the capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or conform his conduct to the requirements of the law was impaired as the result of bipolar disorder or other mental illness, and you heard from Dr. Allen that that was not true. And Dr. Allen is an expert, just not in the administration of IQ tests, but none of the people you heard from today administered IQ tests. Dr. Allen, as opposed to the other two experts, did have the opportunity to observe the defendants, to speak with the defendant. And he concluded that to the extent that the defendant had bipolar disorder at all, if that was even true, he was not actively suffering from it at the time of these murders. He was not impelled by bipolar disorder to commit these murders. He was not in a manic episode. He saw the interview that occurred 2 days later. You saw the interview as well. And Dr. Allen told you that mania is apparent to even a casual observer. And you could tell from your own observation of that interview. He was not excited. He was not suffering from some compelled need to speak. He was calm. He was answering questions as you would expect somebody in an interview to answer. So you can consider this. I would ask you to consider the veracity of it and find that it is not true based on Dr. Allen's testimony. The same for C. I'll skip to C. And that is that an intellectual disability caused him to be unable to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or conform his conduct to the requirement of the law. Now, there's no doubt that there's some intellectual challenges here. The experts disagree on the severity of those. You've heard that it's hard to get an actual read because of his lack of effort. The IQ test, the earliest one, when he was 10 years old, showed an IQ of 90. The blood effects for 86, taking him into the low average range. And Dr. Allen told you you can't fake up, which indicates that 90 down with a range down to 86 would be a more accurate representation because that is the highest one. And that is before he had motivations. And all the subsequent tests, they were things like trying to get disability benefits, or when he was 16 and in school, or when he was facing criminal charges. So we have reasons to put in less than full effort on those tests. But regardless of what his level of intellectual challenge is, he still had the capacity to appreciate that this conduct was wrong. He still had the ability to make different choices about this conduct. And so, based on what Dr. Allen told you, I would ask you to cross out C as being untrue as well. Now to return to B. At the time of the offense, the defense acted as an accomplice in a capital offense committed by another person. He was the one that was directing these crimes. They were the accomplices to him. Sure, take into consideration their sentences. They each got 10 years. He served until he was paroled. Anwan, at his 18th birthday, was placed on probation, and we'll see what happens down the road from that. But this total sentences were 10 years on charges of facilitation of murder. So that's 10 years for being forced by Brice Rhodes to take a knife and stab people that he had already killed. Yeah, they should have said no. They should have banded together, tried to get out of the situation. They should have, when he left from there to clean, run out onto Brownsboro Road and flag down a car and ask that driver to call 911. They didn't, and they're paying a price for it. But if they want you to consider those charges, those sentences relative to what he should get, 10 years for being forced to make 2 or 3 stab wounds, what does he get for 21 stab wounds for Larry? plus for Maurice shooting Christopher Jones. A lot more than those boys got. T is the youth of the defendant, if you consider 26 to be young in this context. Any other circumstances? You've heard about his childhood. This, I believe, cuts both ways. No child should have to see his mother be the victim of a domestic violence situation. That's awful that that happened. And that's probably why we see some domestic violence charges in his history. That explains that. But also, there were parts of his childhood that he could have turned to make different choices. He had a loving stepmother. Sounds like his father was very involved. Not all children get trips to Disney World and get read Harry Potter at night. So I don't know how you choose to weigh that. A lot of what we know from these last 2 days come from reports about what happened. For instance, we've heard no direct testimony of what exactly was going on with his mom. We've heard what his stepmother told the interviewers was happening with his mom. So weigh that how you will. And again, I'm not saying that there wasn't trauma in his childhood. But there's nothing from that that indicates he doesn't have control over his decisions, over the choices that he makes. So you consider the mitigating circumstances that you believe to be true. And there's no system in Kentucky where you add some points, take away some points based on, like 3 years for this, minus 5 years for that. No, you just consider the whole of it as you decide upon where in this range you choose to fix the penalty. The aggravating circumstance that is listed here is whether you believe that the defendant committed the offenses of murder intentionally and that they resulted in multiple deaths. And this is something you considered 2 days ago when you were deliberating, that these were intentional murders, and obviously they are multiple murders. So hopefully that won't take you that long to reach that same decision. And what that, under the law, what that allows is these two additional penalties here that wouldn't be allowed if those were not the case. So if you don't find that to be true, these would be your choices. If you do find that to be true, you will also get life without parole for 25 or life without parole. And again, I believe that you have already found this. I hope that you will continue today to find this aggravating circumstance to be true. You are allowed to consider his past criminal conduct, which started when he was 18 with intimidation, 3 counts, possession of a handgun without a license, for which he got 4 years. He also, around that same time period, committed 4 counts of armed robbery and criminal confinement, for which he got 12 years, but was probated. And that is of interest to us because he later violated that probation. In 2013, which he would have been 22 then, his birthday is September 1st, 90, so assault 4th, domestic violence. He violated his probation twice in that case. At age 23, he committed 2 counts of battery resulting in bodily injury, received a 1.5 years, violated his probation in that case. In 2014, so age 23, assault 4th, domestic violence again, and he violated his probation in that case. And at age 25, he murdered 3 people. The government of 2 different counties gave him chance after chance on probation. And every time he violated that probation, he was not able to live under the conditions of probation and parole without being brought back to court and revoked on them. Chance after chance. And it didn't stop what happened here. And that is one reason that I'm asking you to give a sentence of life without the possibility of parole, because we already know that that did not, the supervision of the probation and parole offices of 2 different counties did not reform his actions and did not stop this from happening. So you are allowed to consider all of this. So then you just go through the instructions just like you did on Monday. They're all listed here. Verdict form number 1. You pick if you do or do not find the aggravated circumstance of intentional multiple murders. And then on the corrected copy, you will see that there is a list where you check which one of those penalties that you believe it should be. I don't know how a family processes the loss of any loved one to violence. I'm sure you never fully get over it. But at least the family of Christopher Jones can say to themselves, at least this way. The last day, if he was still conscious, the last thing he heard was Officer Franklin saying, "Hang in there, buddy." The last thing he felt was Officer Franklin holding his hand. The families of Larry and Maurice had no such peace. Their deaths were not recorded. They were not holding anyone's hand. They each died alone and betrayed by people they trusted. They each died knowing the other was somewhere in that room and not knowing what would happen to the other. They each died horrific deaths. And I do not think that the Wren family, the Ordway family, should ever have to go to sleep at night not knowing where Brice Rhodes is. There are multiple reasons for the prison system. Rehabilitation is one. Punishment is one. Removal is one. And I would argue that the two latter are what is most important in this case. I don't want you to punish out of passion or anger, but out of justice for what he did to these 3 people and to their whole families. And I ask you to remove him for life without the possibility of parole, so that they never have to worry about this again.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you will begin your deliberations again now. Deputy Bills, you are still stay with the jurors. Same thing as last time. If you have any questions or anything that you need to report, just knock on the door and give Deputy Mills a note. Everybody just let him know when you have finished deliberating.
Stretch it out there, stretch. So we'll see what she says here after the jury heads out. Patricia, I'm going to make a poll right now
Thank
to
you.
put in the chat. Hold on just a
All right,
second.
if you all could please stay close by, I will let you know as soon as we have a verdict.
Okay. Hold on. I'm going to make a poll. in the chat. Let me see if I can do it from my phone. If I can't, then I'll have to open up another YouTube tab. I want to make a poll and see what you guys say. Give me a second. Give me a second. I don't know why I can't ever find. I have to go through StreamYard and then view it on YouTube because otherwise it won't. Oh, not standing for the judge. Silly, I missed that part. What did you do? Sit down after the jury left and didn't stay standing for the judge, or what? Hmm. What are they all giving her hugs for? What's the deal? Was it like her first time ever doing this or something? I'm confused. Okay, open it in the app. Open it in the app. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna let me do a, well, hold on. No, it's not gonna let me do it from the app, apparently. Apparently. So, let me go in here and make a let me go to my YouTube channel on my computer. And I'll make a poll for you guys to vote from real quick. Because I'm kind of interested to see what you guys think. And then we'll take a short break. And then when we come back, we'll share a couple other things with you. Your channel. Okay. I have it muted. See if it stays muted. Yeah, that's what I was going to do. Actually, no, I was going to do 2, either today or tomorrow. Or actually, I wasn't even going to do that. I was going to do hours. Okay. A poll. All right. There you go. Now you guys can officially vote in the poll. All right. I'm going to run potty break. And then when we come back, I'm going to share some more of this information on this, what is his name? Derek Rosa, the young teenage boy from Florida that that killed his mama. So, yeah. And if I think I'm going to share the 911 call too. I think that would be, I think I heard bits and pieces of it, but I didn't listen to the whole thing. So, you guys are like, yeah, today, not even an hour. Lee says today in 2. Gail says, however long it takes them to pretend to care about defense closing. Deborah said, it would be easy for me, life without parole forever and ever. Amen. Yes, yes. He's gonna be in jail forever and ever. Amen. All right. I'm gonna run and take a potty break. You guys go take a potty break. Go heat you up a cup of coffee, tea, water, pop, juice, whatever it is you're drinking and sipping on. And maybe get some popcorn. Who knows? They come back and say something about not rolled, or he's liable to get zapped if he flips out. You never know. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, you guys, I'm back. I'm back. Oh, I took a wee wee. I let Poppy go out to take a wee wee. And the kids are behaving. Husband is just chilling like a villain. And I didn't get a refill on coffee because I still have a little bit, like a few swigs left, but I've got my bottle of water here. So I definitely need to be hydrating with the water, right? Okay, so I have the verdict watch on my phone. As long as I don't drop my phone, which I did, but on my desk, thank God. So I have it up and going. It is live. I'm going to prop it up here so I can see it. And have it handy dandy. Okay. All right. So now what I'm going to do is stop sharing that. And then I'm going to share which one is it? Hold on, I was looking. I just saw one of the defense team walk back up to the desk. The clock is still ticking, so they're just hanging out. All right, so I'm going to go to the let me see, which one is it? I believe it is. They're making me nervous because now I just saw one of the jailers go in that little side door. So yeah, anyway, okay. I believe it is this one. It's the disturbing one, is what it says here. Okay, I'm going to show this. All right, so I'm sharing that. Okay. Now, let me just, I have the volume down on this. Hold on just a second. I need the bar thing for it to come up. Why isn't it coming up? Come on, come on. Work with me here. It is not working. Hold on, I'm gonna have to make this bigger, I think. Okay. So this is the kid, okay? That right there is the guy. His name is Daniel Rosa. He's a young kid. He's a teenager. I think they said 13 or something. And this is the still shot from, I guess, his mom's camera in like security camera, maybe, or whatever. Sorry, I see a bunch of cops going out the door in the jury room or in the courtroom. What is the deal? Okay. Okay, so this is a still shot of the bedroom. Right there, his mother is in the bed. Like right before this, there was a photo that showed her laying in the bed holding the baby, and she was like awake. And then like it was just minutes later, whenever this still image is caught. And this is a picture of the knife that was used. Hold on, I'm trying to be careful because I can't use too much of this video or they'll like get mad at me. But that's a picture that he apparently sent to his friends right after he did it. And there is the picture of the mom awake, holding the baby before she was murdered. And then there's another picture of the knife. I wanted to see this picture of, I think that's her, and I'm trying to get it to stay right there on that, and I can't get it to go there and stay. But you see that picture of the three. It's like a maternity photo shoot, right? But this picture here, this still shot of her in the bed, and there's a little bitty baby that she had just delivered. So yeah, that was pretty much what I wanted to show on that. But then I wanted to hear this 911 call. Present. My computer is not being very cooperative. Share. Okay, so that's her son, Mickey. I don't know why he did it, Gail, and I don't know if they said I think that they said the reason it may have been in that hearing that I was going to listen to, but that hearing was like 5 hours long. But yeah. So I'm going to turn this on and I'm just going to kind of start and stop and get through it, the important parts. So let's take a listen to this. the screen much bigger. Come on. I need a lesson in learning how to do these. Yeah, the young boy in the photo with her pregnant is her son. He's the one that stabbed her. The other man, I'm assuming, is either her husband. I don't know if he's the dad to the older boy. I don't know. But yeah. So let me see if I can start this. I need to make this screen bigger, and I can't figure out how. I'm sorry. I suck at this right now at this moment. Maybe if I refresh it. Let me try that.
Need to know, do you think we can help your mom?
She's dead. A mom of two is stabbed.
Okay. So that's what I'm going to replay that because I wasn't expecting that, to listen to that quick. So here we go again.
Two is stabbed to death.
Crap.
Need to know, do you think we can help your mom?
She's dead. A mom of two is stabbed to death in Florida. Welcome to Sidebar, presented.
Okay. There's a picture of them together again. There's a picture of her. How pretty she is. Another picture of him. And I don't know if this is the complete 911 call, but I'll find that eventually if this isn't it.
At night, saying his mother is.
We can help your mom. Okay, and what did you know if your mom
Night,
is breathing?
saying his mother is dead.
I need to know if your mom is breathing.
She's dead, miss.
Okay, and what did you do then?
Blood all over the floor.
I need to know, do you think we can help your mom?
Miss, she's dead. Yeah, Rosa tells the dispatch. It's possible. The 911 phone call.
Miss,
Yes.
I took pictures and I told my friends about it. Was that bad?
You told who about it?
My friend.
He said I took pictures of it and showed it to my friends. Was that bad? And I'm like, what?
More than 15 minutes. And when law enforcement arrive, the eighth grader tells the dispatcher that he's afraid the police are going to kill him, but he actually surrenders peacefully. That call will definitely not be very helpful, as it could clearly be.
Wow.
Rosa is being held in juvenile child endangerment, currently in gravity. Hearing good breaking. I never had.
He sounded like a child.
Yeah. So that was just parts of it. I would love to find the whole thing. It's just hard to believe. Yeah, it's super sad. Super duper sad. It's like, I don't know what happened to maybe if I go to the website and look and see. No, he didn't kill the baby, just the mom. Just the mom. Let me search this website here. In Florida. Here it says 13-year-old boy charged as an adult. God. Straight A student. Let me open this up. Okay, I'm going to share this page here.
Anna, Brice's stepmother.
I think they're just replaying parts of the. I think they're just playing parts of the. Hold on, let me watch this and see. Sorry, guys. Hold on a second. They're replaying, it looks like, that feed. It looks like they've, like, did they, like... They've done something to the feed, like they've taken the feed out and they're replaying the closing argument. So yeah, I had to stop that for a second. But I'll keep watch on this page here. Geez, so many different things going on at one time. It's confusing, guys. Okay, share this. Thank you for being patient with me because this is like crazy pants all of a sudden. 50 different things going on at one time. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so, yeah, I don't know who this girl is here. I don't know why that video is there because that has nothing to do, I don't think, with, yeah, with this story. But Miami-Dade County, Florida. Evidentiary pictures regarding a teenage boy who allegedly stabbed his mother. So here, this happened on October the 12th of 2023, this year, just a couple of months ago. The victim's name is Irina Garcia. She's 39 years old. Shows her in this picture below holding what appears to be her 14-day-old daughter. Literally, this baby is 2 weeks old. And you can see all the baby paraphernalia there on the left-hand side, right? The crib, the diapers, the little boppy pillow. She's got her flip-flops flopped off of her feet. She's laying in her bed, all comfy cozy, with a swaddled, beautiful baby girl. And here it says she was 39 years old, but it says the lights were on. It was 10:23 p.m. And then in another still photo timed at 11 p.m. that night, which was like just like 40 minutes later, 40 minutes after this picture was taken. It shows a male figure standing, arms outstretched over the bed in a now darkened room. Derek Rosa, who's 13, is charged as an adult with first-degree murder for allegedly killing Garcia in her sleep near the baby. The arrest affidavit states the victim sustained multiple stab wounds to the neck. There's the picture of the nighttime shot. There's her flip-flops still. You can see now the baby is laying in the bed. I'm assuming the baby's in the bed. Here it says the majority of the photos that prosecutors released concern the murder weapon, a kitchen knife missing the tip and covered in blood and hair. Warning, the images are bloody. So I'm not going to, these are clickable, but I'm not going to click on them. But one of the pictures, it says released by prosecutors, shows Rosa as he makes a shaka sign with the hand covered in red. And he sent that picture to friends, right? And that was when you heard in that 911 call. See, there's the picture. His hand, you can tell, is red. He's got his tongue hanging out. And he sent this picture to his friends. Says at one point, Rosa allegedly grabbed 2 guns belonging to his stepfather and planned to die by suicide, but in the words of the affidavit, he could not carry it out. He called 911 at 11:30, told the dispatcher that he stabbed his mom. Rosa was so polite, even on the 911 call. Everything was yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Here's where he says, I took pictures and I told my friends about it. Was that bad? When the dispatcher asked for elaboration on who received those pictures that he supposedly sent, he said it was his friend, and he says he don't know his real name. He's a friend that he plays on games with online. The mother, the son, and the baby daughter were the only ones at home. Cops said the stepfather, a truck driver, was out on a run. Cops did not immediately suggest a motive. Rosa is an honor roll student. The murder left everybody dumbfounded. His lawyer says that he has strong support from his entire family. It's important to remember that only 2 months ago, Derek was a 12-year-old child. We have full faith in the criminal justice system and due process of law. Here's the affidavit. There's his picture. So, yeah. That's what we know so far. However, like I said, there is a video, an evidentiary hearing video about this, that I wanted to play. When we kind of started it and like peeked at it a couple days ago while we were waiting on something, you know. And yeah. What are you guys talking about up here? What are you guys talking about? JC said these kids these days are so different. I would talk smart under my breath and sneak and roll my eyes. Right? I know. Good. My mom would knock us out if she saw us roll our eyes. All right. No motive they know of. They think he was talked into doing it. Tammy said my 3 sisters wouldn't get caught, but I wouldn't get caught. Yeah, I wonder if it was the online friend that talked him into it. I mean, you know that, like the, their CSI crime scene people are really good at, getting a hold of that kind of information. So if they suspect something was going on with a friend, especially if it's like an older person, they'd be able to find out who and where this person is from, you know. So Nikki said I'd smart off to mom now and then when she was on the phone and run off for the rest of the day. Sometimes she'd be over it by the time the pole light came on and it was time to go home, right? Yeah. When I say smart off, it was very mild because she wouldn't put up with nonsense. Yeah, mom didn't put up much with nonsense. She did not. I got away with a heck of a lot more than any of my brothers and sisters, but that's because I was the baby. I'm still keeping an eye down here on this. They're just replaying the closings. But even if he was talked into it, he is old enough to know it's wrong, and he asked if it was wrong. Yeah, Gail, I know. The family, though, apparently are saying that he's very childlike, so I don't know if he has, like, you know, mental issues or not. I have no idea. No clue. Yes, Tammy, you didn't know that? We are. That one came from Law and Crime. Yes. Here, let me post it in the link or in the chat. Let's see. What is his name again? I forget what his. I keep forgetting what his first name is. Something Rosa. I'm just gonna put teen boy article. There you go, Lee. They're trying the other little boy as an adult too, the 10-year-old that shot and killed his mom over a video game headset. I don't know that I've heard about that one. Gail said she would love to explore this more. You mean this case with the boy? I always had to help clean house on Saturday, not my brothers, of course, or my wacko sister. One time my mom called me into the living room because I hadn't done something right. It's hard to tell who are and not, because a lot of people call each other sisters. Oh, yeah, I know. Oh, okay, Gail. Well, I think for sure I would like to maybe, if they come back with the sentencing today, maybe tomorrow, we can go back and watch the evidentiary hearing on this and kind of see what's going on with that. It was like a 5-hour long stream, though. I don't know. Like, maybe I can, speed 2 times my way, speeded through it, and find the good stuff. Because I feel like when it first started, they were talking about, he was being, kept from education, like they weren't making him go to school. In the system, because wherever he's at, whatever facility he's at, he still has a school schedule that he has a inmate kind of teacher that does all that. I don't know. He's supposed to be in school so many hours a week or something. And so they're trying to say that something to do with their log books aren't correct or something. Hi, babe. So that their log books aren't right. And so they had some corporal or something or other that was testifying through Zoom, and talked about that quite a bit. But then it looked like towards the end, when I was scrolling through that video yesterday or the day before, it was like they had gotten to a part where they were showing body cam footage of the arrest, or maybe the audio or something. I can't remember. I think it was body cam footage, but so yeah. Let's see. Mickey says, right, Tammy, Jenny belongs to me. Oh, he still ordered the headset after he killed her. Oh my God. He legit wanted that headset, right? Deborah said, I thought I mumbled under my breath. I 13 or 14, she grabbed my arm, twirled me around using fingertips, slapped my lips, said, "You don't call me names like that." I never did that again. Oh, well, there you go. She taught you a lesson. Taught you a lesson. Taught you a lesson. Tammy said my baby sister passed 6 years ago. She was everyone's sister also. Us 3 older ones raised her. Aw, Tammy. I'm sorry. JC said, yes, Gail. Then he called his grandma a few days later and asked her if his headset come in yet. Oh my God. Tammy said number 4 out of 9, just the youngest girl. JC said, I bet you didn't, Deborah. She scared you good. She put the fear of God in her, huh? Yeah, that's tough, Tammy. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. It's gotten easier. You know how they always say time heals all wounds? Me and Mickey have talked about this a lot. I always say that's the biggest lie when they say that time heals all wounds, especially when it comes to lost loved ones, family, friends, whatever, you know? Yeah, it's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. What time does do, in my opinion, is it eases it. But it doesn't heal it. Never. And some days are way harder than others. So it is a lie. That's true. It's a lie. Okay, we're still looking and watching. Tammy says it's a big lie, but yeah, it gets easier. Gail knows. I know Gail knows. Yeah, we have Mickey. How are you, Dawn? I saw you sneak in a while ago. I had the camera off because I was... Oh, and when I was up in the camera a while ago, when I was like right up in your face, my overhead light here, my like ring light up here went off. It just turned off. And I could not get it to come back on for a minute. And I think, I don't know if it's like on a timer and it like went off by itself, or if the like plug got too hot or something. That's why I take care of my mom, dad, and aunt. They said I was the worst child being the baby, but I'm the only one who moved back home to care for them. Yeah. Yeah. Mickey and I have always been the caretakers too. We took care of a lot of our family members that have passed. Sad stuff, man. That sucks. Deborah said, well, JC, I learned she had really good hearing. Lisa, just like the lie, this will hurt me more than it'll hurt you. Right? My mom tried that joke, or that. Why did I say joke? My mom tried that, and I said, then you take the spanking, right? Mickey said it's hard, but it's such an honor to be a caregiver. It is, but it's a very hard job. JC said now they just be talking smart to me and rolling their eyes, but it's funny to see old people acting like that. All right, verdict. Let's get this done. It's been 55 minutes and 44 seconds. Yeah, it's gonna hurt me way more than it's gonna hurt you. I used to get that whenever I was little bitty and I would misbehave at church. I was one of those kids that was climbing under the pews and playing and being loud and cutting up. Yeah. But I would always get that, like, my dad would be like, when I get you home, you're going to get a whipping. I'll tell you what, my dad never whipped me a day in his life or mine. He never whipped me. He threatened, but he never did. But he would always say, you're going to get a whipping when you get home. And I remember every single time that he threatened that, it was always on, because we had a little bit of a drive from church to home. So I'd always pretend to fall asleep in the back seat so that he would, like, feel sorry, I guess, like wake me up and be like, oh, you're so cute, you know. It worked one time, so, you know, I figured it would keep working, and apparently it did, because he never did whip me. So let me see. Are we back? Wait a minute. You guys, I think this is it. I think this is it. Let me go back and share the screen. I think that they're ready. Present. Share.
Drifted into the deep end. It was a YMCA. There was a
I gotta
line that cut up
speed
between
it up.
5-6 feet to the 10 feet. And he went over the line and didn't know how to swim. He didn't know how to float. He was okay. I blew my whistle. I jumped in. I pulled him out. And we filled out an incident report. And while I was finishing the incident report,
Come on.
he went back to the pool deck. And before I had the chance to finish completing the incident report, I heard the whistle blow again. And when I came out back to the pool, drifted into the deep end. It was a YMCA. There was a line that cut up between the 5-6 feet to the.
Bear with me, guys. Hold on. I'm trying to get this. It's like my computer's about to take another dump.
10 feet. And he went over the line and didn't know how to swim.
Okay. Here it comes. And it's back.
All right, so I understand that we have a verdict from the jury as to sentence. First of all, I want to thank all of you for sitting through emotional testimony without disrupting the trial. I appreciate that very much. And I sincerely hope that that continues once the jury is back in. Once you leave this courtroom, you are free to have whatever reaction you would like to have. But while in the courtroom, I ask that you not have any reaction to whatever the verdict may be. We're ready. Thank you.
Guys, ready for this? Dun, 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 dun. I'm gonna mute myself.
All rise for the jury. Jury's present, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Mills. I'll be seated. Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Foreperson, if you could please hand the verdict forms to Deputy Mills. Thank you, sir. Counsel, would you all approach for just a moment?
Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. What comment, Billy? What comment? Billy, what comment?
All right. In the matter of Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Brice Rhodes, the jury's verdict is as follows. Count 1, murder as to Christopher Jones. We, the jury, do find beyond a reasonable doubt that an aggravating circumstance exists in this case and fix the defendant's punishment for the murder of Christopher Jones at life without the possibility of parole. For count 2, as to Maurice Gordon, we, the jury, do find beyond a reasonable doubt that an aggravating circumstance exists in this case and fix the defendant's punishment for the murder of Maurice Gordon at life without the possibility of parole. As to count 3, murder Larry Ordway, we, the jury, do find beyond a reasonable doubt that an aggravating circumstance exists in this case and fix the defendant's punishment for the murder of Larry Ordway at life without the possibility of parole. For count 4, tampering with physical evidence, we fix the defendant's punishment for tampering with physical evidence at 5 years. Count 5, abuse of a corpse, Maurice Gordon, we fix the defendant's punishment for abuse of a corpse at 1 year or 365 days. Count 6, abuse of a corpse, Larry Ordway, we fix the defendant's punishment for abuse of a corpse at 1 year or 365 days. We, the jury, further recommend that the punishments fixed for the defendant as set forth above be served as follows. All sentences to be served consecutively, meaning one after the other. It's signed by the foreperson as to all counts. I will now ask each of you if this is your verdict.
Yes.
It's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Jurors, thank you for your service. I will be speaking with you a little bit further in just a few minutes. I'm going to have you go back into the deliberation room, and I'll be in there in just a few moments to speak with you, and just for a little bit. Thank you all.
All rise for the jury.
Way to go, jury. Way to go, jury. Way to go, jury. Did you guys see him when he was doing this with his beard? He went like real big.
Right, you'll come see them.
without
Anyone who wishes to leave now may do so. We need to set a separate date at which the court will have final sentencing.
What sort of timetable judges probation and parole on for PSI right now?
So ordinarily, we would pass 6 to 8 weeks. And I think in this instance, it would be prudent to go into mid to late March if that's acceptable for you all.
Yes, Judge.
And should we perhaps put this case on in the afternoon where we have a little more time and a little more open of a courtroom?
That's fine, Judge.
All right. How about March 13th at 1:30?
Yes, Judge.
That works for us, Your Honor.
Right. March 13th, 1:30 p.m. Is there anything else that we need to address from any party?
Judge, there are a number of other cases that were assigned to different courtrooms. Judge Cunningham just took them all to make this easier. I will make an offer on those so that we can wrap it all up if they so choose. Otherwise, I guess they'll have to be redistributed back to their respective courtrooms.
No problem. Anything from the defense?
I just wanted to, if we could have those all set on the docket that day as well.
That we actually have already discussed that with the clerk. We will have all of
Great.
the remaining cases on the docket that day. Mr. Rhodes, I do also want to advise you, although you have very good attorneys, and I'm sure that they have or will discuss this with you as well, but you absolutely have the right to appeal. Just like with this case, if you are unable to hire an attorney for that appeal, then the court will appoint an attorney to represent you. Knowing these lawyers, I'm sure that they will walk you through that and talk with you about that. And we will see you all in March. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, looks like he behaved for the most part. Looks like he behaved for the most part. I do have to be honest though, I was fiddling around with stuff in the settings, not the settings, actual settings, but I was trying to like make sure the screen was right, and I think Billy had said something about a comment, and I was like lost trying to find that, and I had screens all over the place. So anyway, yeah, I was trying to figure stuff out, and I missed what they were saying is going on in March. What's in March? What's happening in March? Yeah, I did too. And I couldn't. And then I thought I saw somebody said something about a pinned comment or something. So, JC said his head got infected when he had dreads in and he didn't take care of them. They look nasty and dirty. Dirty. That's exactly what that meant, Brenda, and that's exactly what he meant. Disrespectful. My mom disciplined the girls. My dad disciplined the boys. My mom was worse than my dad. Oh no. Oh, Mickey's told the story on me. She says, no, y'all. She snuck out the Sunday school classroom window while the preacher was preaching and be out in the cemetery picking daisies. That's true. True story. Me and my cousin, we did do that. We snuck out the Sunday school window. And it was an upstairs window. I mean, we were climbing out of a second story. Of course, it wasn't that far off the ground, but still. Um, it wouldn't let, if you're talking to me, Lee, about clicking live, it wouldn't let me click live. I was trying to click, but it wouldn't show me the pause play button or none of that. It wasn't working because I had the screen squished trying to fit that screen and StreamYard screen on, so I could see them both at the same time and not have to switch tabs back and forth. So whenever you squish it, it takes away part of the buttons unless you make it bigger again, and then everything was getting all stuck and froze on my screen. So okay, let me go back down. If I missed anything important, maybe re-chat it. No. Timmy said he was drugged up. Jury didn't fall for it. Absolutely. Okay, let's see if anybody said what they're doing in March, because I missed that. Oh, okay. Elizabeth's here. She's like, I know. March is the formal sentencing. Okay. Okay. It's when you posted our comment on the screen, it was kind of covering him. I'm sorry, Billy. Three times life without parole plus 5 years. Plus, they said 1 more year for something else. I can't remember what the other thing was. JC said, I was sneaking out of church. I sure would have gotten in great big trouble for that. Was scared of God and my parents. Well, we were bad. My cousin and I, we were bad about sneaking out the Sunday school window. But then we would also sneak down into the basement when they would have potluck dinners after church, and we would sneak into the food before everybody else. We were awful kids. Yeah, I thought he seemed pretty respectful to his lawyers. I didn't expect that, but he was. I was a heathen. I know it. I really was. Honest to goodness, I was a pretty decent kid. I wasn't a bad kid. I was very gullible, naive. I was the follower. I always did what somebody would, I was very impressionable. You have to do 5 push-ups. Oh no, I can't do 1. I don't even know if I could get down on the floor to do a push-up. I would never even get back. I wouldn't be able to get back up. I'd be stuck in the floor for the rest of my life. Yeah. That's okay, Crumb. All of us were miniature heathen. Lisa, my mother never struck us kids really. She just used the dreaded wait until your father gets home. Yeah, we heard that a lot too. Wait until your daddy gets home. Mickey said she was a very good child. I was the rebel. Yeah. I really was a good kid. I was a good kid. Tammy said, Mom said that to us. We never believed her because my dad was Navy and hardly ever came home. Mickey said one of my favorite words, heathen. Mm-hmm. Heathen. My favorite word is heifer. Heffa. And if you've ever seen The Color Purple, one of my all-time favorite movies, oh, we always say, you just a big old heifer. Ha, ha, ha. Lisa said, I heard stop crying or I'll give you something to cry about. Oh, God, yeah. That's another good one, right? Patricia said, empty threat. Around southeast Missouri, they say heathen. Yeah, it is heathen. Well, is it heathen or heathen? I think heathen is plural, is the plural version of heathen. Is that right or wrong? Is a heathen one person and heathen is more than one heathen? Is that right or wrong? I don't know. Or is it all just heathen? Wrong, I'm wrong. No. Hey. JC says right. I don't know. Somebody go Google it. There is no heathen, says Lee. Heathen ain't even a word, Jenny. Okay. Whatever. Growing up, I lost my chair more times than I got to sit to eat. Always getting in trouble. Huh? See? La. I'm Googling it because I don't believe y'all. Okay. If you try to type in heathen, it don't even come up. Oh, here we go. Heathen. And it says this is in the Urban Dictionary, but still, heathen is the deep southern, southeast pronunciation of the word heathen. There you go. JC said heathen is one, heathens is more than one. Well, I mean, I kind of thought it, but Brenda said Alexa said heathen or heathens. All right. Gail said they say lots of things down here that aren't words, like zinc for sink. Yeah, I know. There you have it, said Brenda. Lisa said you jumping out Sunday school window has me laughing. I did. I used to all the time. And this little old woman caught me one time. Her name was Sophie. Oh my God, she was a mean old woman. And she was shorter than me when I was 5 years old. But she was like, think of the mom from, she didn't look like, but she had the same personality as the mom, throw mama from the train. That's the kind of personality she had. She was just a hateful old woman. But anyway, she caught me one time sneaking out of the window and she pulls me back in. And yeah, she's like, wait till I tell your mommy and your daddy. The Color Purple has been made into a musical. I knew that, I think. But yeah, I knew that, I think. Yes, Jenny, it's how our Appalachian roots pronounce it. There you go. Color purple. Yep. But still not a dictionary word except Urban Dictionary. She sounds scary. I'd be running from her. I did run from her. She wasn't a friendly lady. Mommy said wash sometimes. Yeah. JC says wash. Wash. A lot of people will say like dishcloth or a washcloth, like for, a dishcloth for washing dishes and a washcloth for taking a shower or a bath or washing your face. But we call them wash rags or dish rag. Instead of dishcloth and washcloth, it's a dish rag or a wash rag. Sandwich. Yeah, sandwich. Okay. Well, we lightened it up a little bit before we ended for the night. So I guess then tomorrow you guys want to plan on getting on and talking about that kid, the Derek or Dara, whatever the boy's name is. I keep forgetting what his name is. The Rosa boy. Daniel? Derek? I can't remember. Rosa. Deborah said, oh, Lisa, my mother-in-law said sandwich. Derek. Okay. Why do I keep wanting to say Daniel? Lisa said, I don't like dish rag. To me, that rag is a period item. I know, right? I know. I wish I could meet you guys in life. No. I have to go grocery shopping to bake cookies in the morning. Oh, fun, Tammy. Fun. You wasn't froze. I hit pause. Mickey hit pause, so I was sitting there like this. Yeah. All right. Well, that's what we'll do. We'll get together tomorrow. What is tomorrow? Okay. So, yeah, what kind of cookies, Tammy? We'll get together tomorrow and talk about, see, I forgot his name again, Lee. Derek. We'll talk about Derek, Rosa tomorrow and go over that evidentiary hearing. And that'll be the plan, man. We would have fun, right? All different kinds, says Tammy. Tomorrow is a new day. Yes, it is. It's only a day away. Wonder why it's called that. A period is at the end of a sentence, not at the start of one. Yeah. All right, sounds good. PB sugar cutout and M&M chocolate chip. I love to make, and I make them every year for Christmas. The family loves them, but they're the little peanut sugar cookie that you put like the chocolate Hershey syrup, the chocolate Hershey Kiss like down into, in the middle of, yeah, I forget what those are called, but those are a favorite. We make those every year for Christmas. So I make few batches of those. And there's been times when I've ran out of the Hershey Kisses and used like miniature Reese's peanut butter cups. That's even better, actually. Thumbprints. Yeah. All right. Yep, we'll see you guys tomorrow. I will say it probably not an early morning. Keep an eye out. Eli has school tomorrow. So let's just say somewhere maybe around I don't know. Maybe we should do early. Maybe we should do early. Because, yeah, I guess maybe let's plan on doing like maybe 9 or 10. Something like that. I'll play it by ear. Yeah, exactly, Lee. Lee typed that out. And I said it at the same time. I read it the same time I said it. Read it the same time I said it. Yeah, we'll play it by ear because I don't want to stick to something and then it be too late. And then I think, yeah, I'll just play it by ear. So, but I will see you guys tomorrow, and you guys have an amazing night. And thanks for hanging out with me all day today. It's been a fun one. Bye, guys. Give the video a thumbs up. And if you're new and you've stumbled over here, I would love for you to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Bye, guys.